by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
We are definitely ready to do this and start this show.
What on earth is happening?
Many things are happening.
Hi, John.
What's up?
This is old school. I can't even see him.
Turn Josh on.
No, he's doing other thing. He's doing other
Okay, he's on now.
He's on.
now.
Okay. Yeah.
This is my fault.
Apologize,
You
Josh.
set Nick up.
I set him up for failure.
Sabotage.
Normally, I put the PSAs in to extend the break in between the shows. I did not do that today.
Yeah. We were
This
having
is-
a great conversation about Gen Z.
We were. This is all my fault. I hold the L.
Good job, Josh.
Oh, no.
Send your slings and arrows at me. I cannot hear John right now.
No.
Because
I'm
there's
right
no
here.
headphones
He's not
here,
talking.
because we couldn't
Oh.
possibly give the third person a headset.
No.
Go about your show. I love you all.
Thank you, Josh.
I'm sorry.
Great job.
I'm sorry.
Even the best make mistakes.
Hey, I just realized when we do the thing where we're in another place someday, are we going to be able to? Josh could stay with us in theory, right?
We're not going over there, Josh.
Okay.
Wow, I can't believe this negativity.
John, you know it. John, you know it. You know we're not going anywhere.
Listen, it's either happening, or we're going to get the kids, the protesters from Columbia, and we're going to hire them. We're going to bring them in, and they're going to take that damn studio over for us.
I mean, I'd love
We're
to.
getting it one way or another.
I'd love to do a violent overthrow.
We are.
But-
You want a Jan 6 suite?
Yeah.
We already Jan 6 suite once. We
We
got
did?
pictures and everything. Yeah.
Oh, I remember that, but we're actually going to do it this time. You still don't believe this?
Yeah.
This is very sad, Happer.
You're not even going to cautiously subscribe?
No, I'm fully out. I don't even think it.
Fully out.
I'm almost starting to wonder if you're like working with the other side to
wouldn't-
keep them there and to keep us trapped.
No.
Happer,
John,
No,
we're coming back from
no,
after the College World
no.
Series, and he's going to be on the morning show on Sweet. This is happening.
Happer, are you psyoping us right now? Is this a psyop?
You guys don't understand how
What is-
badly I want this. I walk out of this room sometimes during my show when my butt
You just
is
look
so
in there.
sweaty, and I just
Yeah.
stand in there because the air is so nice and clean.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you look around and go, damn, there's a lot of room in here.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's fantastic, but it's not happening.
Keena says Happer is a mole.
I'm not a mole.
Mm.
I'm not a mole. I'm definitely not a mole.
Don't put it on the internet.
I just don't. I don't see it.
What if I told you that when I was walking past the restroom at Charles Schwab Field a couple weeks ago that I could hear through the doorway someone practicing his voice? Hey, everybody, here comes the latest from YouTube.
Happer!
They play U2 over there?
Probably.
They might play some U2, yeah.
Hey, here's that band. Nick's going to go concert in Chicago. Hey.
What's Sweet 98?
Madonna!
What's
Madonna!
their, what is their music format?
We play music.
Yes.
It's like a...
Little
like-
Beethoven, little Bach.
I think it's like a variety hit situation,
Boxcar
but
Willie.
a lot of the songs have been going toward like your and my type, like Fall Out Boy type of
What
stuff.
does variety hits mean?
Hits, and there's a lot of them.
Okay, but not hip hop.
No, probably not hip hop.
No,
Probably.
and not top
Racist.
40 either. Top 40 is different.
But top 40 is a hit.
I don't
Yeah.
think does top 40 even exist anymore? Do they even do a top 40?
I don't think anyone does true top 40 anymore, and that makes
What?
me sad.
Why
Really?
not?
That's because they don't make new music.
That's because
anymore.
Casey Kasem died.
That's
'cause-
right. And
Bring
his
him
head
back.
is sitting
By
right
the way,
next to
that's-
Ted Williams is at the Headless Museum.
That's right. Get him a
Wait, is
jersey.
they cut off his head
Yeah,
too?
there's a big debate over it.
Oh,
too.
yeah.
Like,
By the way, according to Wikipedia, they are hot adult contemporary.
oh yeah, hot AC.
Is this porn?
no?
That's what it sounds like, doesn't it?
What is
Hey,
hot?
wait a second. Let me check my Allo cable here. Oh, yeah, there it is. The Hot AC channel.
Hot AC, wide range that appeals towards the 18 to 54 age group. It serves as a middle group between youth-oriented contemporary hit radio and other adult contemporary formats.
Wonder what they think about the
So-
keyboards.
So like, you'll hear Sabrina Carpenter.
It's either piano or nothing.
You'll hear Sabrina Carpenter, then you'll hear Fall Out Boy. It's that kind of thing.
But Fall Out Boy is from like when I was a
Yeah,
teenager.
and you're in the age group.
rats.
You are.
Damn, you're right in
under
the middle
54.
of it.
I am. Yeah, I'm the perfect Sweet 98 listener.
You
In my-
are.
Except, so I have this thing called a phone, and I can just pick any song ever.
Wow,
Yeah.
Josh.
Why would I want
You
them
don't
to
even
do
listen
that?
to music,
But-
though.
but
You listen to
Josh-
podcasts.
Correct. Exactly.
But
you
if
don't
I
have
was-
any songs.
Yeah,
But if I was-
why would I want to listen to sports talk? I could just turn on Fox and hear sports talk. It's
Mm,
about
not
the
local.
personality. People tune in for the local personalities, not necessarily.
They turn into Sweet 98.5 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon for the local personalities.
That's
And
right,
on the cell
Josh.
phone.
They tuned in for me. Hey, everybody. This is the weather. 35 degrees
call
right
him.
now.
Let's-
The capital city.
Nick,
Here
let's
we
call-
go. Let's play some.
Let's call them right now and talk to one of these
Bee
local
Gees.
personalities. I'd love to hear from them. What's going on in Omaha today, Mr. Personality?
Or Mrs. Don't be sexist.
No, I was thinking of
Ms.
the afternoon host.
Oh.
Yeah.
In my head, true top 40 though is when I was KKRL. That was the station. It was in Carroll, Iowa. That I listened. It was like our only station back home.
Okay.
And they would play 70s, 80s, 90s, and today. That was their tagline
Love
for the
that.
longest time. And you would get like Nickelback, but then you would get Coldplay, and then you would get Shakira. Like that's like
That's
Yeah,
not-
but that's not 70s or 80s
Yeah,
or
that's
Yeah,
90s.
just
that's
today.
literally that's all from the same era.
It's today over and over and over again.
It's just today.
Hey, we play all the hits.
That would be a good tagline. Today.
fine. Journey, Nickelback, and then
Why are you
Nirvana.
getting defensive? We're just having a-
Because you're making fun of me for you
We're not
were
making-
latching on to the wrong point I was trying to make.
I don't even know what the
I'm
point
Yeah,
was.
but
sorry.
the point was they're supposed to be playing all these decades, and then you literally named
Yeah.
artists
No,
from all the same
point
decades.
was
We're
true,
just trying to have a little fun, Nick.
true top 40 to me. In my opinion, should be like you pick the top songs from country and hip hop and rock.
I
and
thought top
stuff.
40 was literally just the,
Let's look
the
at the
top
list.
40 songs.
Yeah, it was the Billboard Top
right?
40.
Yeah,
Billboard
yeah.
magazine,
Which is
top
all
40.
sorts of music.
But
Yeah,
top
it was mostly. It
100?
was mostly. It was called pop, but
Yeah, sure.
But,
but
it was
at some point we went away from picking out like from different genres, like the top songs from different genres, and it kind of started to lean one way.
So right now, here it is. The top songs on the top 40.
Yeah, what do we got?
Luther by Kendrick Lamar.
I've heard that.
Pink Pony Club by Chapel Roan.
That was like last summer.
It's still number one, or
Still
number
a
2
banger.
rapper.
Wow.
Messy
I'm sorry, Josh. I can't understand you. You got to talk
Yeah.
a little clearer now.
Number 3 is Messy by Lola Young. Who's Lola Young?
I don't know.
Okay.
I
Die
think she
with a
plays with Angel
Smile
Reese.
by Lady Gaga and Bruno Mars.
I've heard of that.
And finally, Anxiety by Doechii.
That's just
Doji.
a remix of
Doji.
that one
Somebody
song.
that I used to know.
Yes,
See, that's
yes.
a-
She sampled that song.
Gautier.
So
Remember
there,
that Gautier song?
No.
You
UTA featuring Kimbra.
You remember.
Yeah,
Wow.
you're just somebody. That
there.
I used
Yeah.
See, but here we
You
go,
were-
Nick.
Oh, is that what
your
that is?
favorite, Morgan Wallen.
Oh.
So this we are.
Ah.
So I'm told
The point
that-
I'm trying to make is these are different varieties of music.
But there's crossover sometimes. You
Is
know,
there?
like sometimes
Drake.
there's crossover.
I'm told that the Morgan Wallen fella just released an album with 37 songs on it. Is this true, Nick?
That's not even a double album. That's a triple album.
I saw he released the album, but I didn't dig any further. Is it 37 songs, but each song is like a minute and a half to 2.5 minutes?
I have not investigated this at all.
All right, I'll do the work.
I
By
do
the way,
not know.
multiple people commenting that Nick is triggered. Nick, are you triggered?
I'm a little triggered.
What are you triggered about?
You guys just trying to talk, and you guys are just
No.
blowing me off.
We're not blowing you off. You said it's 70s, 80s, 90s today, and then you just named a bunch of today. That was funny. We were having fun.
It was funny.
We were
It was
laughing
funny.
with you.
You were latching on to the wrong thing. I
Okay,
was
well.
just in the middle. I was cooking.
Nick,
How many-
you
how
cooked
many-
wrong.
You
The
took
meal,
it out of the microwave too early.
the meal was bad.
Good.
So how are the like the segues between the end of the Nickelback song and the Hog Reports?
Those were on the AM station, John. Those were on KCIM.
All right, I have some.
Ah.
Now here we go, Nick. Maybe you'll get into Morgan Wallen because the title of the album is
No.
"I'm the Problem." Is that his apology for using the N word?
No, because then he goes on to say, "I'm gonna make myself your problem even
I'm
more."
gonna say the N
Whoa.
word.
I think he's doubling down on the N word.
He's going to throw another chair off that
How do you
balcony.
know
word
this, Nick?
squared.
Were you listening to it?
Oh, interesting. I've looked up the length of the songs on this album. It is indeed 37 tracks.
Damn.
There is a 44-second interlude that is track number 6. Otherwise, most of them are about 3 minutes long.
What's the
solid.
total length of the album?
Hour and 56 minutes.
Too long. My sweet
Is there an instrumental in there that maybe someday will be used as the new Tunnel Walk music?
Oh, good question, John.
my personal sweet spot for albums is each song about 3.5 to 4.5 minutes, and then the album is about 45 minutes long. That's my.
Is there a
That's
tribute
kinda
to
short.
Ryan Day in there somewhere?
I think 45 minutes is the perfect length for an album.
That's a little short for an album. I like an album to be closer to an hour.
Nick, did you know that according to Amazing Daniel,
How long is Hot Fuss?
the Gautier song is just singing over a 60s jazz song? It's already a remake. So it's a remake of a remake.
I did not know that. Well,
That's-
okay, so
Well, I
let's
mean,
not,
isn't that most music these days?
let's
I
not
guess.
get remake because this isn't a cover. It's just they sampled. She just sampled somebody that I used to know, which sampled this other thing. 'Cause that's just how
Mm.
music works.
I say no more sampling. If
I
sampling,
agree.
If
I
sampling
agree.
wasn't allowed, we'd have no more songs, and that'd be
That's
good.
true.
That'd
Wow.
be good.
Let's start writing some music.
You think it would
man.
be good that we had no more songs?
No more songs.
You don't want any more songs?
or at least a lot less songs.
Who else didn't want any more
Like there
songs?
should be less podcasts. You know,
Whoa.
come up with an original idea for a podcast, and then you could do one.
All right. Well, I got one coming this summer. People are gonna love and maybe hate at the same time.
You're gonna,
It's gonna be a fun time. Wow, you know what? I'm a little triggered now because Nick said the perfect album length is 45 minutes, and I said too short.
I said for me.
No, well,
There
Nick,
was
I'm
qualifiers.
going to
I think a lot of
defend you.
albums
Okay.
used to
You
be
know
in
what?
that range.
I'm not going to say what I was going to say anymore because it was going to be complimentary of Nick.
What's a good
Aren't
album?
most
that I like?
albums are about 45 minutes, aren't they? Or at
That's
least they
what I
used to
was
be.
actually going to say, that Nick was right.
Thank you.
But he is so defensive right now
No, I'm
because
not.
it's music.
You are, Nick.
Man.
You
not
are.
defensive.
This isn't fun anymore.
Let me check. We get some, like, what's a good ELO album length? You know, I bet they did some long ones.
Well,
You know,
They
yeah,
could've,
you
yeah.
can't count like ELO though. Like their
How
songs
come?
were long as hell.
yeah, that's right. That's what I'm talking
But I'm not
about.
saying just because an album is over 45 minutes doesn't mean it's bad. My personal sweet spot I found is 45 minutes.
Total runtime on Discovery by Electric Light Orchestra, 38 minutes and 50
Wow,
seconds.
a shorty.
that's a shorty, yeah.
Dang.
Mm.
Out of the Blue by ELO, 1 hour and 10 minutes.
Oh, well, they made up for it there. So it averages out to
Yeah.
45, 50 minutes.
When I
That's
was
it.
on the college radio station, we used to do this thing called Pick of the Week, where we would get a new album from a rock artist, and I was in charge of picking out the songs. And then once a day throughout the week, we'd just play like a deep cut from that album just to talk to people about it. Avenged Sevenfold came out with an album.
That's the concert you're going to.
Nope.
No, he's going to My Chemical Romance.
What was the band you said earlier?
I said Avenged Sevenfold.
I saw Avenged Sevenfold
No,
in
you
concert
said,
one time.
You said System of a Down
System
earlier.
of a Down.
Oh my gosh,
I said
Nick.
Nick's taking a break to go to the System of a Down.
But
concert.
anyway,
Saw a woman take off her top at that concert.
on this album,
wow, cool.
It's like, whoa, this
Congrats
concert
on the boobs.
rocks. Yeah.
they made a song that was 17 minutes long, and I begged if we could play it just for the bit.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
It was great.
Sounds
I
like
mean,
a long
and
song.
you did.
People only played
did.
those songs when they had to go to the bathroom.
That's right. Poop songs.
I gotta play me a poop song here. Here's Stairway to Heaven for the 5th time this hour. I really had some bad Taco Bell last night.
Man, that's a
Stairway
good
to
song.
Heaven. That's a fantastic song.
It's a really
on
good song.
Z93. Blah,
I listened to it recently.
blah, blah.
Let's look at some other songs on this list.
What are you looking at right
I'm
now?
I'm on the top 40 for my list was a little bit different than yours.
Okay.
On a random top 40 weekly.com. Let's see. Yeah, the Morgan Wallen songs on there. How about this Billie Eilish song, Birds of a Feather?
I don't know that song.
I've heard that. Big X the Plug. John, you know about Big X the Plug, right?
That's a
Sure.
band or a person?
He's a man. He's a large man.
okay.
Big fat
Okay.
guy.
Okay.
Sure.
And he takes
Okay.
his shirt off. That's his bit. And he has a really, really deep voice.
Big X the
yeah,
what?
he likes
Is
to
that
say, hey. Yeah.
Is
That's
that the
his-
guy who like sits down when he's on stage?
Probably. He can't probably go
You
very
probably
far.
can't
Yeah.
move very
Yeah,
well.
Yeah.
Here he is without a shirt.
Yeah.
Wow, most of his photos on Google are without shirts.
That guy is awesome. I actually like that guy.
Really?
Yes.
Mm,
You should
never
get him
heard
on
of
your show.
Big X the Plug.
Yeah, why not?
All right. We'll call
He's
him up.
probably got some college
I heard he
football
likes
takes.
the College World Series.
Yeah, I wonder what he thinks about what's going on in
Well, which
college
show do you
football
want
today.
him on, Josh? Do you want him on his AM sports talk show or his FM morning
Well,
show?
you probably have more access to him on the FM show. The interview would be like 2 minutes long, and then you'd have to go to a song again. But it could be fun.
What if I did do that and you guys just like it is possible that I could have that job and you guys didn't know it.
I actually would not know. Yes, that
Yeah.
is true.
You
I
would
mean,
have no
Nick
idea.
Probably would have told us.
Oh, someone in
You guys
someone
know-
among the friends of the Grum would alert
Yeah,
us.
why
Hey,
is
I stumbled upon Connor
Oh.
on his FM morning show today.
I've been alerted. Big X is not the guy I was thinking of. I was thinking of Dave Bluntz.
Dave Bluntz.
You should look up Dave Bluntz.
What does Dave Bluntz do?
His bit is he is big and he is
I'm
rapping.
guessing he lives in Colorado.
His bit is the size of his body.
Yep.
Okay.
And like he'll rap.
What is he
and
one of
he'll
them
just-
influencers?
He'll just kind of an influencer.
And aren't
but-
all famous people influencers?
Dave Bluntz raps with an oxygen tank on the stage.
Yeah, he'll just be sitting down on stage.
He
rapping.
took it too far. Okay.
Wow, he's a young 23.
Yeah, he doesn't look 23.
I don't think he's going to be okay if he has an oxygen tank with
He
him.
was born on July 1st, 2001. Talk about
Chance.
the under. The under barely hits for Mr. Bluntz.
Mr. Bluntz.
Mr. Blunt.
His real name is Davion Blessing. That's a fun name.
That is a fun name.
He should have
That's a
kept
cool
that
last
name.
Yeah.
He changed his name to Dave Bluntz.
Mm.
That's a lateral move.
There's a lot of
Oh, I
Like a
feel like-
Nebraska coach going to Florida State.
I feel like with the last name, I feel like the last name Blessing. That's more of like a country R&B kind of path, and not.
Can't be a rapper with the last name
Well,
Blessing.
you probably could, but I think it
Seems
fits
a
better.
little problematic.
Yeah, exactly. Why
Little
are we shaming
problematic.
people here?
The Blessing. That's what I would say
Ah.
if I saw him in concert.
Sabrina Carpenter's a really big deal right now. People seem to like her. What do you think, Nick?
I like Sabrina Carpenter.
You like a lot of music.
She related
I
to the
love
Carpenter
music.
Carpenters?
yeah,
Yes,
she's
John.
one of the Carpenters.
She's one of the Carpenters.
Are you going to write about music more, Nick?
I might.
Look at that. New Music Fridays.
Haven't you been? Yeah, haven't you been not doing your Friday album reviews? Or have
I
missed
did one.
those?
I did one last week. Maybe they're just not showing up on your For You tab as much.
He does something interesting with Josh
Guess it's not for me.
Josh Odson. So on Fridays, Nick will realize that it's Friday and he'll open up his Spotify or whatever.
New Music Friday.
And then he'll start seeing what came out. And then he'll say like a genre or a decade or a period of time. Like he'll say 80s just out loud. And I'll be like, what's going on? And then Josh will guess a band.
Wow.
And neither of them will be looking at each other. They'll just both be looking at their computers and not really thinking at all.
It's a game we started because I realized there's a lot of artists from like the late 90s, early 2000s that you just hadn't heard of that are just releasing new music.
What?
So yeah, so I'll be like, Josh, early 90s. And he'll say, a
Nirvana.
band. They're not releasing new albums.
Nick, why not?
'Cause Kurt Cobain shot himself.
Wow. Or did he?
Kurt Cobain
Okay,
was
he
shot.
died, Nick. He died.
He died.
He died.
But did he do it? People are asking.
He died.
People are
That's a
asking.
good way to put it.
Jimmy writes, why is Nick not on a music radio station?
He is. He loves it.
I was on 1019 for the
What
longest time.
What happened to that?
I got too busy with this.
Got too busy.
I got too many responsibilities here, so I'm like, I can't maintain.
Too many
I
responsibilities.
loved being on 1019 The Keg. I was on there for years.
Were you?
Yeah.
I've been on there before.
Which of the music stations that we have here would fit you the best, Josh?
Sweet, probably. I think most of the music fits that
This
Josh
one?
would listen to is sweet.
If I listen to music in the car, which is only with my wife, I turn it to Sweet first.
Wow.
That's the first station I turn to.
Wow.
I flip it over to the FM dial and I make sure it's on Sweet 98.
Wow.
And sometimes I hear various coworkers of ours.
Sometimes you do.
Yeah. So that's what I listen to. So that's what I'd be on. I've been on there before. I did the show with Nikki once. I did her morning show when she was in between Laura and Spicoli.
Whoa.
Yeah. It was the day of the NFL opener. And I tried to get her to talk about the NFL and we barely did.
Really?
Yeah. The Cowboys were playing the Bucks.
Okay.
Yeah,
I remember
so
that
I had
game.
some actual takes.
I remember that game.
Yeah.
Wow.
What would you be on?
Power? I'd probably be on Power.
Power?
Yeah.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, I like rap.
John, what would you be on? I guess it's just the keg, right? John
John would be on the keg.
John would be on the keg.
Already on the
John
keg.
would be on the keg.
About 32 times a year.
That's right. John loves being on the keg.
Also, Big Red Overreaction, also on 1019 The Keg.
Hey, by the way, speaking of have
Okay, what's
you
going
heard
on?
about this
Oh.
exhibition announcement? Creighton
this happen?
and Iowa State, October 17th.
Oh wait, I want to take back
Oh.
my because they're probably raising money for a good cause.
Probably.
All right.
And it's on a Friday, and I'll be out of town.
why?
I will have a wedding that weekend.
A wedding during football season?
Oh.
That will trigger half the audience.
I will miss the whole game. at
I'll be out of
Minnesota.
town that weekend too, probably. Good luck to whomever's doing Big Red Overreaction.
Will be me.
Congrats, John.
Wow, Odson.
Won't be
Josh
me.
is out on charity.
No, I'm in on charity. I love charity. I raise money for stuff all the time.
Only for running.
No, I've raised money for. There was a guy who passed away once, and then we raised $10,000.
Wow.
I mean, it's
For
kinda
Big Brothers,
late, isn't
Big
it?
Sisters. Remember that?
Oh.
I do remember that.
Yeah.
Oh, that was Milt.
That was for Milt. And then
Mm.
Nebraska blew that game in excruciating fashion.
They did.
Yeah.
I still talk to Todd once in a while.
Yeah, he tweets. I
love
see him.
Todd.
I see him on Twitter.
Talk some baseball sometime.
Yep. So that's a great take on the Jays exhibition game.
Wow. When
There
is
you
it?
go.
October what?
17th.
October
Who does Nebraska
17th.
play that weekend?
Minnesota.
Oh God.
On the
not.
road.
I'll be bad.
You'll probably be
Oh.
there in Minnesota.
Oh, that's the dream right there, Happer. That's a dream. Kill two birds with one stone for my travel. That's
It's
what
kind
I'm
of
hoping
sad
for.
to play that drop now, isn't it?
I mean, Nick, we play other drops from people who've died or will die.
Yeah, but he's never gonna have
I mean,
that
we
level
know
of
he-
energy again.
Jesus.
He will.
He will.
He'll
at some
pass
point.
away.
Yeah.
I mean,
mean,
Nick, let's find
everybody
other
will.
drops of dead people. Play Macho Man to, John and Kevin were tweeting about him today.
Is there any?
This is the death anniversary of the Macho Man.
14 years.
Do we have any more?
Yeah, I learned about it listening to this show. Kevin was doing the show, fighting back tears. It was terrible.
Oh, here's a drop by a dead person.
Pardon me while I stand up
Yeah, Nick, this
and
doesn't make me
applaud.
sad.
Yeah, but it's like it's the impending death that makes me sad. It's
I
like
will say,
we're almost at the end of the tunnel here.
I don't say 9 anymore like I used to. I have stopped doing that.
Now, who was that in honor of?
Greg.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh,
So
I didn't know
I don't
that.
say 9 or 7 anymore. I'm done with saying those words.
I actually didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know why you ever did that.
Yeah, it was because of him.
Wow.
In honor of him.
Wow.
Yeah.
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 Good thing I didn't pick that up and randomly start doing it.
Probably for the best.
Probably for the best.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, there's many people.
Here you
on
go,
here.
Nick. Aaron tweets in, Nick, I don't know how John and Josh always end up teaming up against you every day.
I don't know either.
I mean, I know how.
Well, again, it was just funny.
It was funny. I found
That's
it
all.
funny.
was just
I think
having
it's
fun
the
with
bad takes.
It's the Gen Z. John, we were having a conversation
A
off
or
the air
B.
about Gen Z. What are your thoughts on Gen Z?
Gen Z.
it.
A
Well,
or
which
Gen Z
one,
B?
A or B?
Probably
I
B.
I don't
I think
know.
we were going railing against B more than A.
I don't know what the
I still
difference
don't know the
is.
differences between them.
They're
but, I mean,
the slightly younger Gen Z. John, you hang out with Gen Z a lot during basketball season. What is your take on the generation? That's Gen Z.
I mean,
Is
they
it?
keep coming
Creighton?
to
The
themselves.
20-year-olds.
The basketball
No, they're-
players?
No, they're the alpha, aren't they?
No, they're the
Oh, they're still Z's.
no, but they're Gen Z.
When does Z go till? When does it end?
That's a great question. I think my little brother is an alpha, and he was born in 13.
Gen
Oh,
Alpha
all
is
right,
early
never
2010s.
All right,
So yeah,
never
those
mind.
won't.
They're
John
still
won't be
Z.
announcing their games
Oh
for a
yeah,
few
there'll
more
be a
years.
lot of Gen Zs for a long time.
Oh, so
Yeah.
my little brother's a Gen Alpha A.
Oh God! Stop breaking them up. It's the same generation.
Gen Alpha A.
Gen
Nope.
Alpha.
The alpha,
God.
the alphas are probably going to be fine. It's just the Gen Z that has a weird split. It feels like.
Back
Yeah.
in my day, they just called them millennials.
Yep.
You know?
That's true.
The goat.
There's no millennial
Gener-
A or B.
Mm.
It's just millennials.
Duncan writes, Gen Z A are upstanding citizens.
Oh, thank you.
Gen Z B are incompetent children.
That's true. Some of them have to use.
Can we put
AI
like
for
letters
spell
on? Can we
check.
put like scarlet letters on them so I can tell them apart?
Great.
That would be
Great
just easier
idea.
that way.
John wants us
Either
to
an
wear-
A or a B.
John wants us
Uh-oh.
to wear
No.
things stitched onto our shirts.
No.
John.
I mean, it was a book. It was a very famous book called The
John.
Scarlet Letter.
Oh,
Look it up.
John's next idea. He thinks we should all get tattoos too.
No.
Well, I think you already have those.
One or two.
Yeah. I've got a few. Jordan says Gen Z B shouldn't be allowed to vote. Take away their voting rights.
pretty close to not
think-
actually being allowed to vote.
That's true.
I think Gen Z B is them voting is part of the reason we're here now.
Interesting. Shout out to Gen Z B.
But we were talking about all their keyboards that they like.
Yeah, did you know they like loud keyboards, John?
Mechanical keyboards are kind of satisfying, I will say.
What does that mean?
It's just it feels good to use. Just type. Use a mechanical
They
keyboard.
like
you'll get
loud
it.
keyboards,
It's
John.
like
John, have you
earlier.
heard of this?
have you
I
seen
I
this?
have no idea what's going on here.
Go ask your
Remember-
sons about their loud keyboards.
Happer, remember earlier this morning when I told you about nerds clusters?
Yeah.
Then I didn't get it until I had a nerds cluster, and then I understood.
Yeah.
It's
What?
like this with mechanical keyboards.
I just
Mechanical keyboards
like
are
the
nerd
taste
clusters?
of the
Yes.
candy. The taste of the candy
What does
is
that have
good.
to do
so
with
I
the
like it.
generation?
I'm now I'm really lost.
They like stuff for different reasons than normal people like them.
Mhm. Why does Nick like the nerd clusters?
Because they're satisfying.
They're satisfying. It's just
What does
it's
that mean?
It's a good texture. I don't know how else to describe
There's
it.
so much about they love ASMR. They like when sounds hit the right way and feelings hit the right way.
I think the
Wow.
vast majority of us are undiagnosed with some things.
COVID broke some brains.
Probably.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Fauci.
Mm.
I don't understand.
Dave says the kids are all about the bit. Are
It's
you
not
just-
a bit. They
worked themselves into a shoot.
They're going into the workforce and they're buying their own special funky keyboards. And they're
Our pro-
typing loudly on them at work.
You
All right,
should
I'm
see
gonna-
our promo
Gen
person's
Z-
keyboard.
Oh, okay. You're talking about like computer keyboards. I thought you were talking about music
Oh,
No,
keyboards.
computer
No.
keyboards. Type.
We're not getting the Casios, John. Can't afford that.
Oh, okay. Well, that helps.
Yeah, yes, it probably does. It probably does help. Have you learned anything about the Gen Z keyboards yet, Josh?
Well, there's a story from Fox 5 Atlanta.
Oh,
from,
good. Fox.
Nick, it's just an affiliate. Gen Z and Alpha shift away from keyboards to touch screens. Experts concerned.
Okay.
I actually hate I hate touchscreens. I like
No.
the tactile feedback.
Yes, we have figured that out. Yes, I think we have learned.
They like
Except for
So
yesterday
when they go
you
to
forgot
a-
to bring the pot up.
you know,
when
they're,
they-
you know, they're fidget spinners and all the
Yeah,
junk.
they
and-
touch things.
Yeah, they touch
But, so
things.
when they go to a job, they buy their own keyboard for work?
That's what I'm seeing.
What?
That's
I
what
think
I'm
people
seeing.
do that.
Why?
I don't know. I
Yeah.
can do that. I have my own keyboard. I'm not
Nick,
gonna
it's
buy
time
one.
to buy. And I mean, that one's pretty dusty and musty.
Nick,
Maybe
but if
should
you
get
saw
new
like a super good deal on like a cool looking keyboard for like $40, would you buy it and bring it here?
No, I would buy it and keep it at my house. I'm not going to take something like that here.
Maybe you
bring
buy
something
two
like
of
that
them,
here.
so you
Yeah,
have one
you-
at
you
home
have
and
a-
one at work.
you
How
have
much
a
money
civ-
do you think I have?
Yeah, you have a severe distrust.
Well, yeah.
of
I mean,
things,
as long
though.
as you
You buy all
don't
your other
buy another
stupid crap.
LA Night T-shirt, you'll be
Yeah.
okay.
Do you remember that era when they were like making keyboards where it was almost like split in half? Or
Yes.
something? Oh, I hate
and
my
the rolling
weird.
balls.
My grandpa had one of those. I hated that keyboard. I
What
played
was the
games on.
point?
I think it was supposed to be better for your
Like
hands,
ergonomically.
for your hands.
Remember those mice? Remember those mice that had the big rolly ball? Like
Yes,
on the
I
rolly balls?
hated
I hate the
those.
rolly balls.
Yes.
The
Poll
early-
question: do you hate the rolly balls?
The early 2000s was an interesting time in the mouse space.
It
People
really-
thought they were cooking.
Yeah, it was bad. Wow, here's a $200 keyboard. Why? What is this? for?
$200.
It's for video games.
That
You
thing
should-
better type on its own.
You should see what the kids are doing with their PCs these days.
Oh,
What do
there's
they
some good rigs out there.
What are they doing?
Good rigs. You hear this? Good rigs.
What are they doing?
He's talking about computers.
What are they? Kenworths?
Well, no, you need to nice. John.
Peterbilts?
You
Yeah.
need to
Not
have a
tractor
computer
trailers.
that could land at least 5 people on the moon at the same time, because then you want it. That means you're going to get good graphics for video games.
What?
Yeah,
Wait,
Landed
what?
people on the moon?
they're just powerful computers.
Oh, okay.
That's all.
Oh.
Amazing Daniel. I think they're so disconnected from each other that the clacky keyboards and stuff like this are new amazing things. Physical touch and interaction. Is that what it is?
Maybe.
Gen Z needs physical touch so bad they have keyboards that are loud.
Probably Gen Z B.
Yikes.
Well, I mean, they spend all their time indoors. They don't go outside
Yeah,
and
what
play
do
with
they
the other
do?
kids.
Makes me so sad when I hear these stories about how they have zero friends.
I don't know. I saw a group of kids, a group of teenagers hanging out at the. We have a corner lot, just hanging out on the corner outside our house. They were
That's
just hanging
good.
out in the
That's-
dark.
That's good. I'm
That's
happy.
cool.
I'm like, what are you doing?
Spend time together.
What is this, the beginning of Rocky?
Like,
They're all standing around the burning oil barrel singing?
like our dogs were barking. They were getting upset.
Take me
like,
back.
leave the corner. Go anywhere else. Go to a park.
Stib says there are some keyboard lovers at my office, and then he adds, very expensive. They are nice to type on, I'll admit.
Thank you.
I want to
Stibbs.
see one of these loud keyboards.
So maybe Gen Z B knows the way, and
Hmm.
they're taking advantage of something that we should have been doing a long time ago.
Apparently.
We've been typing on these garbage keyboards for
Oh, good
I
point.
think what
Decades.
I think what some of it is we're spending our entire days working so
Yeah.
much
Yeah.
to where we do whatever we can to find what joy we can while we're at work all the time.
Sure.
Because then we go home and we have to sleep. We're
that's every generation ever.
Yes. The concept of working long days is not new.
right, but we're taking advantage of it because clearly you guys didn't.
No, because I don't have a clicky clack keyboard.
Yeah, you should get
Yeah.
a clicky clack
I
keyboard.
didn't
Happy
waste
with-
$200 on a stupid keyboard. I just used the one that came with the computer and it works fine.
Yeah,
Makes
the
a
thing that I
difference.
do, so I do something like that. I have my nice headphones. I like having my nice headphones.
I take advantage of the water jug out there a lot.
I like having water.
Yeah, it's nice.
I do like water.
It's great.
That is kind of a newer generation thing. I was listening to a podcast recently, and one of the hosts was just talking about his son or daughter and how they love water and how they always have water.
Oh, they
And
like
how-
water jugs. They like
Yeah.
water bottles.
I love water.
I like water itself, but not because of the bottle. I actually hate the bottle. I hate carrying the stupid thing around all the time.
So what do you just wish it came into your body without?
Yes, I wish I had an IV.
We should
constant.
just hook up a garden hose there in the studio. You can just drink out of that.
I actually thought about at one point just walking around with the what do they have the camel packs? You know, you could just
Uh-huh.
suck out of a straw that was
Oh,
hooked
like
to
a
your-
runner vest
Yeah,
situation.
I was gonna
want
say
that.
my fellow runners have those.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I would love to do that. You know, I hate carrying this stupid thing around.
Wow, how about this? Amazing Daniel. Josh will say I went out and bought this to be contrarian, but I much prefer the roller ball to having to move the whole route. See, that is so Daniel.
What is that?
That is the dumbest
that
crap.
That is an absurd-looking mouse.
Contrarian.
That is an absurd-looking.
By the way, I just got a text from a coworker that says that there is a loud keyboard in the office from one of our coworkers.
I wonder.
Really?
Mm-hmm. That person.
Interesting.
Can I see? I bet I know.
Interesting. We got to go check this out.
Yeah, I'll tell you during the break.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll tell you during the break. Yeah.
We got to go check that out.
Yeah.
Oops. I'm
Also,
sorry.
shout out to John's beard, man. It's like
John, you look good.
John, you were cooking.
I don't feel good.
what happened?
You sound good. You
What
sound
happened?
you sound really happy today.
No, I mean beyond. I know what happened, but I meant like, why don't you feel good?
Because I've got this damn boat anchor.
Oh,
on my
still
arm.
okay.
Just,
Yeah. That's a
it's
bummer.
just annoying. That's all.
Okay.
By the way, I apologize for disseminating 1/4 of the ACC tournament. I
Yeah.
didn't realize it's partially.
How's that
on the
going?
screen.
They're
I
gonna-
ain't moving it.
They're going to
I ain't
copyright
moving- I guess I
strike
could
us.
slide it this way a little bit.
They're going to strike us big time on that quarter of the screen.
That's all right. You only get a partial score. It's Stanford 2.
So you have chosen the ACC game instead of the SEC game.
Hater.
Oh, is there an SEC game on too?
There is Kentucky and Oklahoma are in
duh,
the top
John.
of the fifth.
What's
Oh,
going
I
on
didn't-
with the Big Ten? Are
The
they-
Big
I
Ten
don't
are
care.
in a
It's on
break.
over there.
They're in a break right now.
Ah.
They're in between.
The only problem, it's funny, they
Sure.
put the ACC network on the sports tier, but for the SEC network, I still don't know what the damn number is.
I never will.
Almost hit it, 174.
It's right below it on Cox. It's right next to each
Channel
other
number. Wait, you have Cox?
on this TV.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thought you were a streamer.
I am
Okay.
YouTube TV
Nice.
all day
There
long.
we go. Now we've switched over.
Wow. What a time.
I guess I could put up the other TV too.
You could, John. You could just be so baseball pilled.
You can watch so much
I
college
mean, I
baseball.
might as well get used to it. That's what I'm going to be doing the next 3 weeks.
Yeah, John,
watch
maybe
baseball.
you'll have to prep less because of all that you'll watch now with your extra 2 hours in a day.
Oh yeah, are you taking that week off still, John?
Of course.
Okay, well I should probably.
I'm going to definitely need it now. As slow as I'm working these days.
But you'll be watching so much.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't take those.
Oh, I'm
days off,
always
John.
institutional
watching.
knowledge.
I'm always watching. There's always stuff on. I always have the formerly known as bases loaded, whatever they call it now.
Squeeze. What do you
Squeeze
mean? It's
play.
this stupid word that you love saying.
It's a great show. They do a
It
great
really
job.
is.
I can't wait. Here we're about to get a bunch of John and Matt
Next
DiMarino.
week.
John and Matt DiMarino's tweets are just going to fill my timeline. This is the best thing of all time.
It is. It's really good.
What's wrong? It's great.
It just triggers
You get triggered by other people's happiness.
me. No, it's not that.
Yes.
It's the implication that it's better than football.
The implication.
No, it isn't. Jeez, you are so. Did football? Do you owe like football a lot of money or something?
Yeah, I mean it's helped my
Does
career.
football like stand over you and say, "You better say something nice about me today, or I'm going to come get you"?
No, I love football though.
That is.
I know,
amazing.
but it's like you're riding in on your white horse. I must defend the football.
on this
from
show,
all
I
the
have to.
intruders.
We have baseball Nick, and we have John, the hater of college football. I have to be here to try to present the other
nobody's
side's
coming
viewpoint.
to get the NFL. It's May.
But college football,
know,
they are.
We're gonna come to find
Yeah,
out that
college football itself is
See?
coming to get college football,
See?
not me.
See,
we're gonna
I
find out
defend
defend it.
one day that big football has been paying Josh under the table for years, and Jacob
Uh-huh.
Bigelow was actually right this whole time.
Football, football, football.
We knew it. We knew it.
Jacob popped up in the YouTube comment section yesterday.
what was he talking about?
I think he was confused that Michael was talking about softball. So
Michael Severe.
Michael Severe was on, and we talked about Jordy Ball for like 5 minutes.
We
Wow.
did.
Yeah. Daddy wants a touchdown. There he is. He says, here again.
Hi,
Look at that.
Jacob.
It's
Jacob.
Bigelow.
He showed up
Wow.
again. Look at him.
Jacob, thank you for helping give us the best open Nick has ever made on
He's
the Grub.
probably a huge
It's really
fan
good. It's
of,
really good.
College baseball squeeze.
He was tweeting
play.
about softball the other day.
Who
I don't
was?
remember what he said, but he said something like, wow. Bigelow was.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
Dirty Ball. She was killing it.
She was.
She has been killing it.
Wow. Bigelow coming in hot yet again.
What did he say?
Must have pained Michael inside to talk about an actually relevant program for a change.
No, Michael likes all football of all kinds.
Michael talks about that's true. He talks
Good-
about many relevant
he
programs.
likes good, bad,
Yeah.
anything in between.
Uh-huh.
He's a sicko.
Yeah. Well, he's a great human being. He's filling in for you tomorrow.
He is.
God, that's gonna be a great show. No, not that it's not a great show.
No,
I
it
love your
will
show.
be. It will be. He's going to have so many things to say.
Yes.
And then he might think to himself, wow, maybe I could do this.
He was teasing some of the things that he's going to be talking about.
Really?
Uh-huh.
On the show
He's breaking down
yesterday?
Cincinnati.
As a city?
No, as a football
Yes.
team.
Oh,
They have way too many places
I
that
can't
serve
wait.
chili on spaghetti.
I'm going to
Hey,
save
John!
that segment for my prep for the week of the first game.
John, I think I'm gonna try that Skyline chili. when
I really
I
want
still
to try
haven't.
Skyline
I have
chili.
always intended to. I still haven't.
Please vlog that.
I'm gonna vlog myself going to Skyline Chili in suburban Cincinnati
I want to eat Skyline chili. I really want to.
When are
try
you
it.
leaving again?
tomorrow. Actually, in the middle of the night tonight.
I was going to say, because they play tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah, tomorrow afternoon.
Incredibly early.
Happer, vlog yourself eating it, then I can make it a YouTube short.
Okay. Well, no, I don't agree to that, but
Okay.
I might consider getting it. I'd have to get it first, and then I might take a picture or something.
Would you like to see a picture?
You like to see a picture? Yeah, I don't know. There is also
Good luck, man. I hope you get a chance.
So, John, if I figured out that obviously if Creighton wins twice in their first two games, they don't play Friday. Cubs Reds Friday
Whoa!
in Cincinnati. I just have to
Great.
find a way to get to Cincinnati. It's like 30 minutes.
30
away.
miles away, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's close.
Just rent a Lime scooter.
Or you're probably Ubering.
Yeah, probably. I don't know. I haven't figured that out.
If only there was a
There might be
train.
some player parents that might go to that game. Maybe you hitch a ride with them.
Exactly. Maybe I'll jump on board with somebody. But that's if they go 2-0. We don't have to play on Friday.
Right. Which we're all hoping for.
We're all hoping for.
Back to keyboards before we say goodbye to you, Happer. Aaron in Papillion writes in, I work at a computer all day and my employer got me a split keyboard. I did this because I have carpal tunnel syndrome in both hands. One of my pinky fingertips is always numb.
Ugh.
It feels like it got smashed without the pain of getting smashed, if that makes sense at all. The keyboard helps so my
I
hands and
understand.
wrists aren't sore all of the time. I know I am old and
Yeah,
broken.
yeah.
How does the split keyboard help that?
Great question, John.
It's just where your wrists
Yeah,
are, I guess.
it must be just an
Because I thought
ergonomic
that's
thing.
what the big old the wrist pad that people would used to have in front of their keyboards. I thought that's what that
I
was
will
for.
say there's something to having that kind of freedom with both hands. Like sometimes I'll play the Switch and I'll play Mario Kart or something, and I'll just like be chilling on my couch, one hand down here, one hand over
what
here,
on earth?
because it's just the most comfortable position.
That
and
seems
just
so
play.
uncomfortable.
The-
You would
Wait,
think so,
the-
but it's great.
The Switch requires two.
You can switch. You can take it apart.
Oh wow.
You never played a Switch before?
No.
Dude,
Really?
Mario Kart on Switch is awesome.
Oh, Mario Kart on N64 is awesome.
Well, there's N64 tracks in Mario Kart on,
But it looks
Switch.
better. It's pretty sweet.
No, the whole beauty of it is it looks horrible.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's fun too.
I don't want to play high def Mario Kart.
You
Well,
should.
I
The-
don't.
The new one
That
is gonna,
sounds horrible.
the new Mario Kart coming out with the Switch 2. It's going to be in 4K.
That sounds awful.
What?
Dope.
What is wrong with you?
Mario Kart is not to look good.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
it looks great now.
It's not supposed to look.
You sound
good.
like one of those olds when you switch between HD and non HD, and they're like, I can't tell the difference.
No,
but you
I
somehow
don't
actually
sound
won
like
it
that.
worse.
No,
This
I
is such a weird specific take.
Yeah.
why would I want? It's like you want your Mario to be in high def. He's a fat plumber.
What does that have to do with anything?
I'm right about this.
Charles
And
says Nick naked playing video games with a split keyboard. Nick, is this what you're doing?
I don't play video games naked or with a split keyboard. Like I said, it's just the Joy-Cons.
The Joy-Cons.
The Joy-Cons?
That's what they're called. They're called Joy-Cons. I'm not.
That
the
sounds
person who
like the
named them.
offshoot gang of the Transformers. You had the Autobots, the Decepticons, and the Joy-Cons. The
Joy-Cons.
Joy-Cons would just walk in. Hey, we're just a bunch of Volkswagens.
Assemble.
people are split on whether I'm right about this whole Mario Kart thing in the YouTube comments. It looks
You're
like
not. You're wrong about it.
people are split, Nick.
I mean, I don't want it to look bad. I'd like to have it look good.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with a little quality 4K Mario Kart.
Yeah,
John, you would hate
Happer.
new video games.
Probably because he wouldn't be any good at them.
No, I wouldn't. I watch my children; they're on them all the time, and I
Damn
don't
kids.
It's like Once they went to multiple buttons, I was screwed. It's like I just need a joystick and a button. That's all I need.
Atari?
Wow.
Hey, damn right.
Wow.
And it worked great.
Connor is right. Connor is right. Connor is right. Many people are saying this.
Wow, interesting.
Wow. Okay.
Mm.
People don't want their
Keena,
video
Connor
games
is
to
old
look
and
good.
cranky about new stuff.
That's true.
I bet you were cranky last night when FanDuel was.
Extremely.
Yeah.
It was technical difficulties, and then all of a
my
sudden the
wife-
Royals were up 2-0.
Yeah, she was telling me the story about it.
Absurd.
She was not happy.
I hate that stupid channel.
She was not happy.
It's bad.
Mm.
Let me watch it on MLB.TV, please.
Yeah, that'd be
Rob
nice.
Manfred, take away.
Well,
the
but it's the
blackouts.
same feed. I mean,
No,
if they
but John, apparently it was working just fine there, right? It was just
I don't know.
because like they had all the highlights. Like Riss was telling me how she was watching the highlights on Twitter or whatever.
I just hate the stupid valleys. I'm so mad at it always.
FanDuel happened.
FanDuel. It's
Yeah.
the FanDuel Sports Network.
Yes,
now.
I hate that too. But at least they have a better commercial wipe where it's not dribbling and doing ice hockey noises.
Oh, I hated that crap.
Awful.
Yeah, not great.
Okay. Well, there's your crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
Mm-hmm.
Connor's going to go play his 4x3 ugly 16-bit video games.
I'm not going to play any video games, John. I have
None?
much-
Oh, you got to get your
I
nappy
should-
in so you can go.
Busy.
I should bring in my Switch and Happer can play Mario Kart in beautiful HD during the
It
crossover.
could be a fun summer thing.
Wow. N64.
Travel safely, Happer.
Okay.
Yes. Have a good trip and bring us back some W's.
All right. We're going to try. See ya.
We will be back, and the Grum rolls on right here on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Yes, indeed. It's a Tuesday, and I'm glad nobody floated away last night.
Oh, the weather.
Oh yeah,
It ended up being pretty fine.
it was
It was
okay.
very rainy.
Yeah.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
I feel like it wasn't that rainy anywhere I was. It was just sprinkles.
Omadome,
Well, y'all
baby.
didn't get as much as we did here.
Thank you, Omadome.
Yeah, you did get a lot, John. I saw your tweet from the JB
It
weather
was
station.
crazy. I was sitting down here. I'm watching the Cubs game.
They
and-
win?
No, they blew it.
Oh.
It's okay,
And-
John. The Rockies.
And I
didn't win
knew
either.
I knew we were in a warning because I heard the little bah, bah, bah. So I knew we had a thunderstorm warning, but it was moving really, really slow, and so it was like, okay, when's it going to get here? And then all of a sudden, I hear the wife go, it makes some kind of exclamation like, "Wow!" And I looked outside, and it's just coming down in buckets. It rained an inch in less than an hour. It was probably like 40 minutes.
Wow.
I mean, it just went
That's crazy.
like nuts, and then it was gone.
40
And now
minute
everything
inch.
is so green, and my little tomato plants are coming up, and the miracle of life, ladies.
Isn't it exciting, John?
It's all I have. I mean, it's all I can.
This
me
is
and my
all
garden.
you have?
It's all I have is me and my garden.
What about
now.
your friends and coworkers, Nick Grimm and yours
Me
truly?
and my coworkers laying over on the couch over here,
Interesting.
just napping the day away.
What about
Hey,
the,
Daddy's home.
the
Lick, lick, lick.
sports that you love, like college football? You have college football, John?
Oh.
Well,
Think of all
but
the memories.
it ain't around, and the way they keep acting, it may not be around. A lot of crazy. We'll get to more of that today on the Grum. I guess that's a good
Lovely.
segue here into the Grum Down, brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Mm.
Could this weekend be the end of the local college spring sports season? You got the softball, and
Yep.
you got the baseball.
Yep.
And if things don't go the right way for all of those teams, it could be done this weekend. It could be done. Mike Ferrin, he's living the ACC life this week. He's not doing this game right now, but the ACC tournament's going on. He's going to join us, talk a little baseball. We're going to be on a Dirty Bid Steelers watch.
What?
Wow.
Well, if the
Baseball.
Blue Jays are going to make the NCAA tournament without winning the Big East tournament championship, they might get in, but it would help if the Dirty Bid Steelers stay away. So I've identified the teams we should be rooting against this week, the so-called Dirty Bid Steelers. Michael Bruntz from Husker 24/7. I wonder if he's coming to town for the game tonight.
Michael Bruntz is coming
to town.
town.
I have to
No,
imagine
see.
so. Also, it
Yeah.
is perfect that this tournament is starting today of all days, where it is like the coldest day in Omaha in a month. It looks like college baseball season out there.
Hell yeah.
Not
it looks
warm.
like Big Ten
I
season.
wore jeans again. Look at this. They're back.
Welcome to the Big Ten. The Big
Ah,
Ten.
I hate this.
Yeah,
crap.
welcome to the Big Ten, Big Ten.
Mm.
Oh, what a cluster we got coming.
To
We're going to debut a
town.
new segment open.
Oh, that's
Oh.
exciting. What did you whip
Yeah.
up this time, Nick?
Nick didn't
It's
do
a
this.
mystery.
It's a mystery. What kind of 80s music
m-
will we hear this time?
Ah,
There will be no 80s music because I didn't want Nick panicking that the
Da-da.
YouTube algorithm was going to be
Thank
messed
you.
up when the YouTube people would jump in and say, you can't do this.
Good.
I
John,
appreciate
that is
John.
actually a really
So I picked a
heartening
very
thing.
old
you.
song,
the churning song about the butter.
Not the churning until the butter comes.
Churn
song.
until the butter comes, Nick.
Yeah.
It's a song.
We're going to
Okay.
visit the super hot take market, and Nick is going to pick out a slice of college baseball.
Are you?
I-
Did you forget?
I didn't forget. I didn't have time to fully prep.
What?
Wow.
We're right in the middle of conference tournament week, and you couldn't bother us with a slice
every
of college
week,
baseball?
Every week, John forgets to put a slice of college baseball on. Every week, you say, "Why didn't you put it on there?"
Yeah.
And then John finally does, and you didn't even do it.
I know.
Oh, my God.
I have something that I was going to look into. I just didn't get to it because I was busy.
Yes, we know Nick Martyr Baton. We've seen it.
Well, maybe we'll ask Sip for a slice of college baseball. We know how much he follows the sport.
Wow.
Sip will join us in the happy hour. Does New Orleans have yet another reason to boycott the NFL? The rest advantage, disadvantage numbers are out.
Oh, yeah, they are.
Yeah. And Saints fans might have yet another reason to boycott the NFL. And this time it won't be because they maybe missed a pass interference.
Maybe.
Allegedly.
Couple.
RIP Irish versus Trojans. 402-951-1620 is the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline, where you can win a $100 gift card each and every week from Prairie Flower Casino, and all you have to do to enter is go to 1620thezone.com.
Sweet.
We'll be announcing another weekly winner here later this week.
That's exciting.
You can also hit us up, JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC1620.
Awesome.
And the Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. Nick at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring.
Mm-hmm.
So like I said, this could be the last weekend of college sports.
Ever?
Nebraska, locally for the season.
Oh.
If Creighton doesn't advance out of the Big East and get a tournament bid, if Nebraska doesn't advance out of the wacky Big Ten tournament,
Yep.
and if Nebraska softball doesn't beat Tennessee, and then it could be over.
Wow.
Who would you give today
Best chance?
the best chance for, if you can only pick one whose season will continue beyond Monday?
I don't think it's the Nebraska baseball, so I think it comes down to softball and it comes down to them and Creighton baseball. I think the argument in both, the argument for Creighton is that
They have a possible escape hatch.
Correct.
Known
Yes.
as the at-large.
Correct.
Possible escape hatch.
Argument for Nebraska softball is they have the best player in the sport.
But they have to play at Tennessee, and
Correct.
because they're playing at Tennessee, maybe Troy Dannon will cancel that series.
Yeah, they just wave the white flag. Sorry, we don't want to do this. It's hard for our non-con.
He said we canceled everything with Tennessee. Cancel.
Yeah.
Just cancel.
Yeah, I think I will. I'm gonna lean slightly softball. Tiny bit softball.
I'm going to lean Creighton baseball only because they have the possibility of a plan B.
Yeah, that's fair.
Possibility of a plan B. I mean,
Yeah.
with softball, they got to win too. And it is, I know they conquered, they didn't even play the SEC team at the SEC school last week. They avoided them completely
That's true.
because LSU pooped the bed. But,
But we agree that Nebraska baseball is a distant third.
yeah.
Very much a distant
I mean,
third.
it's not only the fact that they have to win 4 games, but they're going to have to go through Oregon, who is the best team in the conference, and then
And the best pitcher tonight against Michigan
exactly,
State. Yeah.
the pitcher of the year in the Big Ten is pitching tonight
Yep.
for Michigan
So they got to
State.
win that game, then they got to beat Oregon, and then they
Yeah,
got to
if
get through the rest of
listen,
the weekend.
The losers today in any of these Big Ten games, their tournament is
Well,
over.
hey, speaking of that, John, I just saw a tweet about this. So Michigan, they lost. They're done. Their season is now done, even though they do have a game.
They have one more game
They
to
have
play.
a game tomorrow at 10 a.m. between themselves and UCLA, but it doesn't matter for them. So dumb.
What if they
And
just
you
got on the
liked
bus
this.
and did? Yes, I did. I
Just
loved
wave
this.
the flag. Seriously, just say, see you later. We're done. Why are we doing
Yeah, what if they just jumped on the bus and say we're going home?
Man, I would look
And then
forward to the
UCLA comes out here and they're like Travolta in the Tarantino movie where he's just holding his arms.
Pulp Fiction.
Pulp Fiction.
Pulp
yeah.
Fiction.
Yeah.
God, I couldn't remember the name.
The op-eds on a team quitting on the season would be pretty good. So I kind of want it to happen. That'd be fun. Be
Well, that
interesting.
would imply that anybody in Michigan was paying attention.
Excellent point, John. Who would actually write about college
They'd be like,
baseball?
"What? The Tigers forfeit a game? No, the Michigan
Wrong,
baseball.
yeah, wrong
What?
level,
The
wrong
Tigers?
level.
No. It's
Wrong
Michigan.
level.
You remember them. They were in the College World Series. The College World what?
The what? The who?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame them. I mean, but that's the nature of the beast in the wacky Big Ten tournament.
Indeed, it is.
I suppose we can ask Ferrin about that coming up.
Oh, is Mike about to join us?
Mike is about to join us because this
Nice get, Nick.
because he's going to be on the call for these night games from the ACC tournament, and those games are about to start.
Oh, well, we should probably talk to him then.
We
Update,
should.
by the way.
Yes.
I will have a slice. I had an idea, and I'm working on it right now.
Wait, so you just said how hard it was, and now you just did the segment in 2 minutes?
Well, I didn't know what I was going to do. I didn't even have a chance to think about what I was going to do.
You didn't even have your idea?
No.
Oh, wow.
Then I got my idea. We're good to go.
Is it Nebraska baseball?
Nope.
Is it Creighton baseball?
Nope.
Is it Texas A&M?
Nope.
Texas Acid.
He's already done that.
I know, but he loves
He's
talking
beaten
about
that Aggie till it's dead.
him. He loves talking about him, though, John. He loves it.
Well, all of that and more today here on the Grum. It's good to have you with us on this very chilly Tuesday.
Yep.
It feels like April again.
It does.
I kind of wish it was April. That's when I still had two working hands.
Nice.
But alas, Mike Ferrin joins us in
Those
the green
days are
room.
over.
He was there right now, and we'll be back right after this on 1620 The Zone.
Families reel in memories, and first-timers discover what makes fishing so special. From the Panhandle to the Platte, the best fishing happens here, beneath Nebraska skies. Get started at letsfishnebraska.com. Sponsored by Nebraska Game and Parks, aired with the Nebraska Broadcasters Association in this station.
A sound night's sleep. Just one of the many benefits of hiring Christensen Cleaning to take care of your business. A team of cleaners and supervisors clean during the evening, so you arrive to a clean office every day. Rest easy every night, knowing that Christensen Cleaning is on duty.
The carpet stain is gone. It's amazing.
Go to christensenclean.com to request a proposal. That's christensenclean.com.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low. It just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine and More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
circus is on the air.
Mike Ferrin, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio. Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Ferrin Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Ferrin. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love.
Mike Ferrin doesn't get to enjoy the new video presentation of his Open because he's joining us via his always reliable cell phone.
Oh, God.
Live from Durham, North Carolina, and the Atlantic Coast Conference Baseball Tournament. Mr. Ferrin, how is the East Coast?
It is 3 hours later here than where I live. Did you know that?
Yes, I am.
So your
very
body
aware.
clock's doing great.
You know, the thing is that, Josh, my life is on East Coast time anyway, right? Because I always joke I'm the only baseball announcer in the world that goes to bed at 8:30 every night because I have to be up to do a radio show at 7 o'clock Pacific. So it's actually, the travel isn't too bad for me going west to east. I don't mean to brag, but it does work out fairly well.
But
so
you are
it's gonna be a long
bragging.
week, though, this week.
You are bragging.
I also am at the ACC tournament, which is awesome. So I'm happy to be here.
Well, we're going to talk about some dirty bid stealers a little bit later on because obviously Uncle Ed and Creighton are looking at the dirty bid stealer possibility. So who should we be on the lookout at the ACC tournament who's not currently in, who could steal a bid this week?
That's a good one. I don't know that any of the 5 teams that aren't projected right now are in great position to be able to steal a bid. Now I say that, but Cal, really took it to Miami this morning and won a run rule game. So I don't know, maybe because they've advanced to the next round, they would be it. But I think it's less about bid stealing and more about what happens with that pack of teams with Miami, Virginia, and Notre Dame at the back, and Notre Dame in particular. So Notre Dame BC is the late game tonight. If Notre Dame wins, they play Virginia tomorrow, and that could be the single biggest game of the tournament for both of them in terms of their at-large possibilities. Virginia has a really good conference record. They're 5 games over 500, but they played some teams in the Puerto Rican Classic that had 200 RPIs. They lost a few midweeks. They also had the series canceled at Florida State after the shooting there, and so they lost those RPI possibilities. So their RPI isn't in a normal range. Now, I think the committee's going to give them some grace. And I put Brad O'Connor this morning, and he's certainly hoping it. I mean, they're 5 games over 500 in league. That should be good enough. But you don't want to leave anything to doubt. And for Notre Dame, as great as their story has been, they're 12-2 in their last 14 conference games. They're on a borderline RPI. Right at 40 is kind of the edge for ACC teams and at large. And they get a little bit of grace because they're a northern team. But that could be a really exciting game tomorrow night if it materializes. If Notre Dame can get past BC, and they lost the series in BC earlier this year.
Mike, there's been a lot of talk up here over the last few days about the Big Ten tournament format and how weird and goofy it is. And Evan Bland of the World Herald, he had a great write-up yesterday pointing out that the ACC had this and they have moved away. That's my long-winded way of asking, has there been any conversation down there about the Big Ten doing this and why the hell are they doing this? This thing sucks.
Well, the only reason the Big Ten, or there hasn't been that discussion about it with the ACC, is because they went to the single elimination format, and the only reason they did it was because they've got a 16-team league, right? So what happens in the ACC is the top 4 teams get a double bye, teams 5 through 8 get a bye into tomorrow, and then teams 9 through 16 are squaring off today. It's the same thing that's happening in the SEC. The pool play format actually worked fairly well for the ACC you can't look at it as like it's something that you do if you're a conference that's looking to ensure that teams get a chance to get an RPI boost because you're guaranteed to play 2 games. And that's what it amounts to, is that this conference tournament is not about who wins the auto bid as much as it is about, in this format, it's about who can create opportunities to ensure that they have a solid RPI case. I am sure coming into the season that the Big Ten thought that they were going to be better positioned to try and get 6 or 7 teams in. In fact, I think their early projections right before the season from D1 baseball were they were going to be a 5-team league. That's not the case. Like they're going to be a 3-team league, maybe a 4th if somebody other than, UCLA or Oregon or USC, who is probably closer to the bubble, end up winning the conference tournament. So there is a reason for this format. It does lead to a number of games that don't really matter. It does give the advantage to a team that has the higher seed, which is done purposefully, right, so that they don't get hit. The Pac-12 had this format the last couple of years. I saw a lot of the complaints about it. I think it's complaints because it's new. I'll tell you what, it's better than the old Big Ten format, which was an absolute meat grinder, which was not fair to the team. You could make the case that the Big Ten tournament was tougher than an SEC schedule just because of the number of games.
Yeah, Nebraska famously played 6 games last year en route to the tournament title. Speaking of the Big Ten, one of its better alums that it has graduated on to Major League Baseball hit his 300th home run last night, Kyle Schwarber for the Phillies. I saw the numbers. In 3 months and change with the Phillies, he's hit more home runs than he did in his previous stops, which, of course, included the Cubs. And he was one of those guys, Mike, that was part of that Cubs core, with Bryant and Rizzo and Baez, who got spun off a few years ago. Of that core that all got traded or sold away by the Cubs, has Schwarber had easily the best career out of that group?
Yeah, I think without a doubt. And remember, he wasn't traded; he was non-tender.
Right.
Using his last
but they let him go.
And they let him go to free agency a year early. And you'll notice that while he's been gone, every team that he's finished the season with is in the postseason. I think he's been in the postseason all but 1 year of his career, and that would have been 2019. Yeah, he's had a great career. I mean, he is on the short list of the premier DHs, like only Ohtani and Jordan Alvarez have been better than him probably over the last several years. He has transformed his body. I had a chance to talk to him a couple of weeks ago, which he's also, like, just as an aside, he's an unbelievably awesome dude. He's still as down to earth, like Ohio kid as he ever was. And he went through some work to try and change his diet, change his body to alleviate some of the stress that he was having on his knees. And as a result, it's made him a hitter that's much closer to a guy than he was in college. So he's a more complete hitter than he was a few years ago. He's a smart ball player. He's a winning player. He's an unbelievable guy in the clubhouse. And yeah, I think not that those other guys weren't. Rizzo was good in the clubhouse. Bryant was good in the clubhouse. Baez, his resurgence has been really fun. But yeah, to me, Schwarber is clearly the best of that group, just based on the fact that his career has continued to be a success and that he's been an all-star since leaving Chicago.
Mike, how ridiculous has the discourse been over the last, 48 hours about Juan Soto?
Unbelievably ridiculous, like only in New York, right? So I get some of it he did to himself, right? Like yesterday, he hits a wall ball at Fenway that
pretty
should
bad.
have been at second base easily. Should have been standing at second, and it's a single. And then after the game, he says, "Well, I just think I've been hustling," and it's like clearly he wasn't, right? And so that's something the Mets are going to have to address. But all the stuff about whoever came up with this idea that he was taking his own flight, that he was on his own charter, is just that's a joke. Like there are so many different things that you get put under this microscope of scrutiny, and as if Juan Soto has been bad, he's got a 950 OPS in both months that he's been in a Mets uniform. He's been one of the best hitters in the league. So I don't know. I just think some of it is we get bored really quickly, right? And I think that's part of what you can do. And people in New York are trying to generate attention for their shows and whatnot. And so that's what's going on. I think it's ludicrous, absolutely ludicrous what's gone on in the last couple of days.
Meanwhile, you talk about the two New York teams without Soto, without Garrett Cole, who was lost before the season. The Yankees are still in first place. They look like they're the most consistent, best team in that division that we described as mid a couple of weeks ago. And the Mets have 6 guys, 6 pitchers on the 60-day injury list, yet they have cumulatively the best ERA in baseball. These are two really interesting stories. I know Yankees being good maybe isn't a great story, but given what they had lost, it's pretty impressive that they've been able to put together a consistent year so far.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about two teams that were in the Final Four a year ago too, right? I mean, they were both in the league championship series, and obviously the Yankees won the pennant. I think the Yankees offense being as good as it has been with the holes that they do have in that lineup is pretty interesting. Max Fried has been tremendous. Carlos Rodon has pitched really well. Like, that's helping to carry them. You know, they had questions with Devin Williams in the bullpen, and they moved him out of a closer role, and it's been great. I think Weaver has thrown the ball really well for them. And for the Mets, they proved last year that they can piece together a pitching staff and did a really good job of it on the fly. And I think we were skeptical that they could do it again just because the margin for error is pretty thin. But they have done an outstanding job, and they will continue to do a good job. And they have, it helps for them this year that they have Kodai Senga healthy. I mean, he's really good. Like, if you watched yesterday at all, his first inning wasn't great, and then he just settled out. Like, somehow he managed to give him 6 after looking like he was going to get scraped off the mound early in that game. So, they have some talent in that group too. I think it's a pretty good group of position players that the Mets have. So that NL East race is going to be really fun because the 3 teams at the top of the division are quality. You know, Atlanta's played a lot better here since the first week of the season, and I think they're going to have something to say about the division before it's all said and done. But the Phillies, the Mets, they all feel like playoff teams.
Mike, I know we talked a little bit about the AL Central last week. I wanted to dial in a bit more on the Tigers today. I was reading a story. I can't remember if it was on The Athletic or on ESPN.com, and it was kind of one of those, hey, it's mid-May. You know, can we buy in? Can we not buy in on these teams that have gotten off to pretty good starts? And it talked about the Tigers and reasons to buy in, and they were very much in the affirmative. What has impressed you about their 31-17 start, their run differential, some of the best in Major League Baseball so far as we approach the end of May?
Yeah, I think it's how frisky their offense has been. I mean, I did not think this was going to be a great offensive team, but Spencer Torkelson, the former number 1 overall pick, who spent most of the last years in the minors after a 30-home run season the year before, has become a real force in their lineup. Riley Green is an all-star already, but he has performed very well. Kerry Carpenter's nickname is Kerry Bonds. He's being compared to Barry Bonds. He absolutely destroys right-handed pitching. And, I mentioned before, Javi Baez resurgence, that's been a great story as he's played center field and third base, and he's had a really good start to the season offensively. I'm a little skeptical that their offense can keep it up. They're going to get deeper here. They'll get Matt Vierling back. They'll get Parker Meadows back, and they'll give them some more personnel. But it's not a great offensive bunch. I feel like they're still a little short. That's why I thought they needed Alex Bregman, but they can really pitch, and I think they have arguably the best manager in the sport in AJ Hinch, who knows how to use personnel well. So I think it's going to be close in that division. I don't think it's I still really like the Twins' talent. They need to keep guys on the field. That's a real key for them. And obviously they're without both Correa and Buxton right now because they're in concussion protocol. But those are guys that are really important to them. But the high-end talent on the Twins is really good. We know the Royals can really pitch. And Cleveland is that team that, Cleveland is a little bit, I think, for the rest of the AL Central teams, like a Freddy Krueger type character or Jason Friday the 13th, and they're never finished until they're finished, right? So they certainly play. They do not give away outs or they do not make mistakes, and they have to play that clean in order to have success because they're shorter on talent, but they're and it's not that they're devoid of talent. Steven Kwan's a really good player. Jose Ramirez is one of the 10 best players in the game. They have stars too, but yeah, I think that makes for a great division race as well.
Talking with Mike Ferrin, MLB Network Radio. One of the other weird out of left field stories so far in the first month and a half or so of the season, the RBI leader is Wilmer Flores of the San Francisco Giants. I did the math today. He is on a pace for 142 RBI, which would literally double his career high of 71 and would put him only 2 shy of what Aaron Judge did last year. How unlikely is this start by Flores?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy because he battled a bunch of injuries and really had not had a good year last year. I mean, listen, we have seen Wilmer Flores have hot streaks, maybe not quite like this one from an RBI standpoint, but certainly ones where he's gone a couple of months where he's been one of the most productive hitters in the sport. And I think you're seeing that right now. Now the average is down a little bit, but the power has really ticked up. He's taking advantage of the opportunities he's having with men on base. Like, there's a lot of positives. I don't think it's going to last. I'll take the under on 142 RBI. I'm not sure that I'm going to take the over on 71 even, but I do think that it's a really great story. And he's like, again, another guy who's like unbelievable teammate, really popular guy, total professional. So you're happy to see that happen to good people.
I'll remind you that last week when I tried to sound the alarm bells that the Devil Birds were making a run, and you tried to tamp it down a little bit. The Devil Birds are now 17-6, best record in baseball since April 25th. They're a game out of first place. Satan has come back to haunt us once again. And so despite all of your attempts to try to talk me off the ledge, I'm now on the ledge because here they come. The Devil Birds are back.
Does that have more to do with the Cardinals playing well, or more to do with the fact that Daniel Palencia gave up a 2?
Hey, you can't. I almost re-injured my arm pounding it against the side of the couch last night. I mean, that's going to be our downfall. We've got no bullpen. Stop me if you've heard this one before. We got no bullpen.
Well, right now they don't because Porter Hodge is going on.
I know. And Elvis Presley has left the building. Literally, he's left the building.
Cardinals are playing well. Like, there's no two ways about it. Their offense has been frisky. I heard that Victor Scott II is making T-shirts that says that because they're young and hungry that are going to say "Youngry" on them.
Oh, good Lord!
It's just like, yeah, I'm going to buy you one and bring it to the college.
That might be the second worst new word of the year, right behind eventize. That was a reference to
eventize.
Eventize, yes. That's a TV network phrase. Netflix wants to eventize NFL games. It's stupid.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. That sounds like something I've heard on a John Morant podcast for sure.
Yes, 100%.
It is. So you have the 2 games tonight at the ACC. Is that right? And what
2 tomorrow night game Thursday, and then the 2 on Friday.
Okay, and then
at some point, a better announcer. Monaco's here for the weekend. So.
Oh, I know you like to blow smoke up his rear end. We know how you do this, and then of course we'll be looking for you at some point next week at a regional.
Yes, I will be too. I don't know where. I don't know where. Like, where would you want to go for a regional this year? If you were asked to go, I may or may not have been asked this morning. Like, where would you want to go? I think we were kind of talking about this at lunch. Like, if Florida State hosts and Florida goes there, the 2 seed, I kind of feel like that would be a good one to go to.
And you were at Florida State last year for the Supers, right?
Yeah, and I was just there last weekend for the North Carolina.
Right, you've been there.
Tallahassee is not the easiest place to get to, but
no.
I'm just saying, like, it's like there's the thing is that this has a chance to be a crazy tournament, and there's going to be a lot of the ACC hosts are going to have SEC teams there. A lot of the SEC hosts, because there's going to be mostly 2 seeds in the AACC, are going to have ACC teams out. Like those, like, it's got a chance to get a little spicy in a couple of those spots because they try to keep that stuff within 400 miles if possible. And if they can do that, then you get some really good regional rivalries too. So I kind of was like, I don't really care where I go because I think there's going to be a lot of great spots to be in.
Have you ever been to Fayetteville?
Yeah, I did. I had the when TCU won the regional there 2 years ago.
Oh, okay. All right. I was going to say Fayetteville was a fun region.
It's awesome. Like, Walker's great. Like, it's really cool. Like, there's any of these like SEC spots, or you get to Tallahassee, or you get to Clemson. Doug Kingsmore is great. Oshmer's great. North Carolina. Like, there's some really great places to be able to go. So I'm not worried about it. I'm excited to go wherever we end up. Hopefully I'll know on Monday. If I don't know on Monday, it means I'm not going to a regional.
Well, that would not be good. Well, we know he's going somewhere.
Going to a regional. I think he's going somewhere.
He's going somewhere. All right. Well, have a great call. We'll be watching on ACC Network.
Great. Thanks, guys.
You bet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Phone work. Did my phone work? Did
It
you-
did.
It sounded
We didn't have-
amazing.
We didn't have one break. I mean, it's almost like technology has improved.
AirPods for the win.
Wow, AirPods too. Wow, he was really pushing the envelope, going AirPods and his bad phone. Holy cow! All right,
Live life like nobody's watching.
that's Mike Ferrin, MLB Network Radio on the call for the ACC Network. We will be back with more of the Grum right after this on 1620 The Zone. Don't forget, Connor Happer's going to be in Ohio for the Big East Baseball Tournament. We'll be covering the Creighton Blue Jays in their quest to win the conference's automatic bid. And maybe, if that's not successful, play well enough to get an at-large bid. We'll have the coverage on our sister station, 1180 The Zone, starting tomorrow afternoon as the Jays take on the 4-seed St. John's. Creighton's claimed series victories over all three of the other teams in the Big East tournament. So we'll wish them the best of luck. And speaking of that, it's time to take a look at the Dirty Bid Stealers. Yes, we're taking up a thing what we used to talk about all the time from basketball. Well, it's been a while since we've had a chance to examine Dirty Bid Stealers because, in the last few years, Nebraska or Creighton haven't been in great position most times to be in a regional or if they were to get an at-large, they were already comfortably in.
Correct.
And so we didn't need to look at it. But Creighton literally is a bubble team. They're sitting on the 50th marker in the RPI rankings. And we went through some of the scenarios yesterday, looking back at the last 3 years and multiple bids coming from mid-major conferences and how likely or unlikely is it that Creighton could get one of those bids? If you want to check it out, it's in yesterday's segment. Also, I tweeted out the graphics from the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page if you want to take a look back at those. And there were a couple of examples from the last couple of years where a team in the 50th range in the RPI was able to get an at-large coming out of one of these mid-major conferences. And really, when I'm talking about mid-major conferences in college baseball, there's three major conferences in college baseball. There's the SEC, the ACC, and the Big 12. And those are pretty much it. Everybody else is behind them in terms of baseball quality, how much they put into the sport, how the committee sees them, how the rest of the sport sees them. Those are really the three major conferences. It's kind of different from, obviously in football, you got the Power Four, to which for many people, it's really a Power Two. In basketball, there's actually 5 leagues that have claim to being a power conference because of their performance historically in the NCAA tournament. College baseball, especially in the last, 20 years, it's really whittled down to 3 leagues. So everybody else kind of fits into that mid or low major category, of which the Big East currently is sitting 12th in the RPI. They would definitely be the epitome of what a mid-major conference would be. But if you want to check that research out, that was on yesterday's Grum. So here are the Dirty Bid Stealers that we will be on the lookout for in this week's conference tournaments, which most of them have gotten underway. Others will be starting tomorrow or on Thursday. The teams that are highlighted in yellow on the graphic, if you're watching along in the video stream on zonetv.live or the YouTube channel, those are the teams that, according to D1 Baseball, and I used their last bracket projection from 2 days ago as kind of a guide to all of this. Those are the teams that are right now sitting on the bubble. They're either on the right side of the bubble or on the wrong side of the bubble, but these are basically the bubble teams, the ones that are shaded in yellow. And then everybody else that is mentioned, they're either mentioned directly as Dirty Bid Stealers or, like in the case, we'll go to the Big 12 or Big 10. Because there's so many teams that qualify, I just basically put anybody but Oregon, UCLA, and USC. So if you're not Oregon, UCLA, or USC, you're a potential Dirty Bid Stealer. Iowa's listed, but Iowa's a bubble team right now. Potentially, if Iowa were to play well this week, but not win the tournament, let's say they get to the finals and lose, they could jump in as could jump on the right side of the bubble. Right now, they're one of the first 4 teams out, according to D1 Baseball. Actually, they're I guess they would be in the teams to watch, would be like the second 4 out right now. So that's just an example of what we got. But in the ACC, and we're watching, at least I'm watching the Stanford-Virginia Tech game right now. Virginia Tech and Stanford, certainly whoever wins this game, and Vodtek's up 7-2 in the 9th. If Virginia Tech were to go on a run and win this tournament, they would be a Dirty Bid Stealer. Same with Stanford. Also, Boston College, Pitt, and Cal. Cal won earlier today, as Ferrin mentioned. They beat Miami pretty handily. So Cal would be in that conversation as well. And then you got Virginia and Notre Dame, who, as Ferrin mentioned, if Notre Dame wins tonight, they would play Virginia. And so really the winner of that game probably strengthens their bid for an at-large. But certainly if they were to go on a run, they could take a bid that maybe wasn't originally meant for them. In the AAC, it's anyone not named Texas San Antonio. In the Big 12, Big 12's pretty easy because they don't have any bubble teams. They got teams that are either easily in or teams that are out.
Interesting.
So you got Baylor, Texas Tech, Houston, BYU, Central Florida, and Utah. If any of those teams win, they would steal a bid. In the Big East, I mean, theoretically, you could say just about any of those teams, on any of the four, but St. John's is the obvious qualifier, and Xavier right now is on the bubble, according to D1 Baseball.
And is Creighton on the bubble, according to D1 Baseball?
Yes,
or no?
Creighton would be on the bubble, too.
Okay.
I just highlighted them
Yeah,
in blue
yeah.
just so they stood out. But, yes, technically Creighton is on the bubble because they were one of the last four teams in as of 2 days ago. As I mentioned, Big Ten, anybody but Oregon, UCLA, or USC would be a bid stealer. In the Big West, anybody but Cal Irvine.
Okay.
Cal Poly is a bubble team right now. The CAA, a former slice of college baseball team, Northeastern.
Nice.
Northeastern will get in, but anybody but Northeastern wins that tournament, they could steal a bid. Conference USA, anybody but Dallas Baptist, with Western Kentucky being on the bubble. In the SEC, again, pretty easy conference. South Carolina and Missouri, they're not going. Texas A&M is on the bubble right now.
Let's go Aggies. No?
Nick's
Okay.
ignoring
Never
you.
mind, Nick.
In the SoCon.
Oh, okay.
In the SoCon, anybody but East Tennessee State, though East Tennessee State is also listed as a bubble team right now. Southland Conference has already done most of its conference tournament. They're actually playing a best of three for the championship, and it's between Houston Christian and New Orleans. Whoever wins that game is getting in, and theoretically, they're stealing a bid because those teams were not bubble teams or tournament teams to begin with. But you also have Southeast Louisiana and UTRGV, who are bubble teams. Sun Belt, anybody but Coastal or Southern Miss, with Troy being a bubble team. And all the rest of the conferences, there's no team in there that's threatening. So those are the teams that, if you're a Creighton fan, you're on the lookout for. Because obviously, any tournament that goes askew, any tournament where an underdog wins, that steals away an at-large. Now, it could steal away an at-large from that same conference, but it's not always a one-to-one deal. So, like, for example, if Missouri wins the SEC, could that affect Texas A&M negatively in getting an at-large? Yes, but it could also affect Creighton. It could also affect any of the bubble teams. So,
whereas if Texas A&M won, like, that would probably be an actual stealing because they would be taking a spot that is probably not going to them otherwise.
Right. Now, with Texas A&M and any of these bubble teams on here, the ones that are highlighted in yellow, if any of them make a deep run but don't win the tournament, that also could be taking another at-large away, because Texas A&M would certainly benefit if they made it to Sunday. Notre Dame or Virginia would definitely benefit if they made it to Sunday. So there could be bid stealers out there that get an at-large who right now are sitting on the outside looking in because, you know, they won 3 or 4 games this week against other really good competition. And when you're talking about ACC teams or SEC teams, basically everybody is in the top 45 in the RPI. So RPIs are going to go up. And that kind of speaks to a little bit of what Ferrin was talking about with the Big Ten format. The idea behind that pool format is, well, you get a chance. You're going to be guaranteed to play 2 games no matter what, and you might prop up your RPI a little bit. Now, the Big Ten, so many teams are so far behind in that conversation. It really kind of backfired on them this year to run the tournament this way. But that's the intent behind it is, well, you're guaranteed to play at least 2 games. And if you play 3, you know, you could lift up your RPI over the course of, you know, those couple of 3 games.
Jed tweets in, it's already strange to hear Stanford versus Virginia Tech as a football conference game, but to hear Stanford playing in the ACC baseball conference tourney is completely insane to hear out loud. It is.
What about an Oregon in the Big Ten?
I know.
Or UCLA in the Big Ten?
I think, I don't know, for whatever reason, maybe it's just the cognitive dissonance of, you know, conference realignment in football, but for whatever reason, it's the other sports, you know, like some of the basketball matchups. Hey, Clemson's playing Cal in the ACC game. Like, what? That doesn't make any sense at all. Very, very strange. It's a good. I mean, it's a good look at everything, and just another reminder of, as you said, you get an upset or two along the way, and everything goes askew, and you're suddenly very, very worried come Sunday.
I'll update this as games finish up today and throughout the week, and continue. We might occasionally mention it here on the show when we get to Thursday or Friday. But I'll definitely update this and put it up on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page, so that if you're following it and you're curious, whether it's Creighton or any other team you might be interested in, we'll update this and see if we get any. For some reason, and I'm trying to think back, not that I have paid this close of attention to it, but it doesn't feel like there's as many dirty bid stealers in the baseball tournament as there has been in recent years in the basketball tournament.
Mm-hmm.
The one notable exception was Creighton itself. Creighton in 2012 finished last in the Valley and won the Valley tournament, and they stole a bid from somebody. I don't know who it was. I'd have to do some research, but it doesn't seem like it happens a whole lot, mainly because usually the difference between baseball tournaments and basketball tournaments, obviously with basketball, in most tournaments, it's single elimination. So you either win, you advance, you lose, you're done. Baseball, in some of these tournaments, not all, it's double elimination, and there's so much that's taxed on a pitching staff, and that usually lends itself to the better teams always winning, because, or at least tournament-worthy teams winning, because they have deeper pitching staffs, whereas the lesser teams don't. So that may be one of the reasons why you don't see as many bid stealers out of baseball as you might see in basketball.
Yeah.
So
hey,
there's a look at that.
Totally unrelated, but real quick,
Yes.
before we welcome Bruntz into the show, breaking news coming in that George Wendt, who is the actor who played Norm on Cheers, he has passed away, 76 years old.
Wow.
What a bummer, Josh.
I didn't say it happily, Nick, but had to report the news.
It's funny because I was going down some social media rabbit hole, and the Superfan sketch from Saturday Night Live played on my phone.
Mm-hmm.
And George Wendt was one of the Superfans. These are the
Da
Bears.
Yep.
Da Bears.
Yep.
My favorite one was always, if Rick Mears was into Indy 500 and Ditka was driving the team bus, who would win? And of course, everyone said Ditka, Da Bears. One of my favorites.
R.I.P.
That's sad.
I watched
George Wendt, long time.
I watched season 1 and then a little into season 2 of Cheers, and whatever reason we stopped it, not because we didn't enjoy it. I think it went off Netflix and we didn't Peacock at the time, but man, that show I think it's hilarious.
It's
even watching it now, I think it's a very, very, very funny show. And his character was really good. He just such a fun, character at the bar for every single
That was
episode.
one of those shows where I'd watch it occasionally, but I didn't watch it religiously.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew kind of most of the stories, but it's not like one of those like Seinfeld where you watched every week, or when it's on in syndication, you watched it everywhere. And for some reason, I don't, you still see Seinfeld on in syndication a lot of places,
not
but you don't
Cheers.
see Cheers.
Yeah, it was interesting because that's how it was for me, where I grew up and, I got into Seinfeld, but Cheers was one, even though my parents loved it, it's just, for whatever reason, maybe we didn't buy the DVDs or whatever, but just never got around to it until recently. And it was like, wow, it's a really, really funny show. I need to finish it sometime.
Well, rest in peace, George Wendt.
Norm.
All right, coming up next, we'll welcome in Michael Bruntz, and we'll preview tonight's Nebraska baseball game and more as we continue on 1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Bruntzy who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Bruntzy called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Bruntz. It's Michael Bruntz. Michael Bruntz. Now we get to talk to Michael Bruntz.
Of Husker 24/7, who joins us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Bruntzy, good afternoon.
How goes it?
Bruntz, you sound like you're driving to Omaha.
I'm coming up to the big city.
Isn't it perfect? Isn't it perfect that the weather today is like an early season college baseball Tuesday night game?
It's got a very strong Nebraska Omaha feel to it tonight. I feel like I got to be careful. I don't know if it's Cal Anderson Field.
Well, you're going to enjoy the great pool play that is the Big
Pool
Ten
party.
tournament.
Pool party.
It's a big pool party in which the loser of all 3 games played today have 0 to play for after today. If in anyone you've talked to around with Husker baseball, why is this the format?
So my understanding, and this goes back to prior to the season, but I think the thought was that they wanted to be able to protect the top seeds as much as possible. So, if you've got the Big Ten, aside from a couple of years within the last 5 or 6, has largely been a 3-bid league. And, I think they wanted to kind of protect the, your top teams and help them get through. What you have by doing that in this format is you've essentially created the or whatever you want to call it. There's no point to the games, once the team loses. So if they're not the top seed. So yeah, I don't know. The thought was let's protect the teams, but the ACC did this for a number of years. They just went away from it this year. But the difference between the Big Ten and the ACC and other leagues that have done this, I think the SEC might have done it a little bit, but the teams that were like 5 through 8 in the ACC on their own merits had the ability to qualify for the NCAA tournament as an at-large team. And, for teams 5 through 8 and even, in some cases the 4 seed in the Big Ten, you need a deep run in order to kind of either shore up whatever your resume is or kind of do like did last year and make a run. And it's really tough to do that with the current setup. So will they, adjust next year? It's a possibility. The ACC went to a format where everybody qualifies and your top seeds get multiple buys in the tournament. So it's just unfortunate that you're going to have a number of teams in this at the end of pool play, just basically sitting around twiddling their thumbs, having to play baseball that doesn't matter.
Bruntz, is this going to be one and done because of what you just mentioned? And I still can't figure out if this is an unintended consequence or not, that they didn't totally think this through. But I wonder if you think the pushback is going to result in this just being a 2025 thing.
I don't know. I mean, I think the door is open for that. The reality is when you have a 17-team league, it's really difficult to basically create a tournament to accommodate that many teams. And it's even tougher where my personal view on it is, if you're going to wait and place weight on the regular season, it's really tough to do in a league where you basically miss half the conference during regular season play. And so, yeah, it's something I think they need to look at. And, I don't know what the appetite is for, the Big Ten Network to broadcast those games that don't matter. I can't imagine that players are going to be too thrilled to do that. I mean, at least with a double elimination setup, you at least had the carrot of potentially making a run through the losers bracket. I mean, it's rare, but at least you had the ability to do that and somewhat control your own destiny instead of just delaying your trip home. So, I mean, in all reality, I mean, what's stopping a team from saying, look, we don't want to play this game.
Right.
You know, I mean,
Yep.
we just want to go home. Guys start summer ball. Guys hit the portal. I mean, what's the reason for a team to stick around and do that?
Michael Bruntz, Husker 24/7. So what do you make of the decision by Coach Bolt to put Ty Horn in as tonight's starter?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, when you kind of dig into the numbers, he's been their most consistent starter the last month. And, for just given what we talked about and the schedule and the limitations of not being a top 4 seed for this tournament, it's going to be all hands on. I mean, is there a chance you might see another start backing up Horn tonight to make sure that you beat Michigan State? It's certainly possible. I think there's a small pool of pitchers that Nebraska is going to use, and I think they kind of have to have a number of scenarios available behind him, going into this game, certainly. And then, whatever, you have left when you start facing, think about facing an Oregon team that is going to be able to throw their best guy just based on the tournament setup. So, Timmerman was great against Michigan, but, really shaky against Purdue. And, I think Ty Horn probably gives them the best chance of getting 5 or 6 innings out of your starting pitcher.
What's the most likely? What happens? Do you think with Nebraska over the course of tonight and then Friday and then maybe into the weekend? What's the most likely result for them over the course of the next few days?
Well, I mean, if you get through tonight's game and you're facing the Big Ten pitcher of the year, by the way, as the 12 seed, so. Nebraska's at least beaten him before. They're certainly familiar with him. But, beating Oregon is going to be a really tall task. I mean, it's a team that doesn't have many, vulnerabilities there. Like I said, I mean, if Nebraska wins tonight, Oregon can essentially hold their Friday night guy to that Friday game if they want to, and he's just as good as the guy that Michigan State's got. So, it's going to be it's a really tough draw. I mean, I think in some ways, if you're Nebraska, you would have probably preferred to have been about it in any other pool than the one you ended up in. So, 1-1 is probably the most likely in my mind, just because I think, Nebraska's going to have to use a bunch of their pitching tonight to make sure they get through this one. I mean, it's as a non-top 4 seed, you have to win the game in front of you, and that's just the unfortunate part of this tournament setup.
Michael Bruntz joining us as he's on the road to the Big Ten tournament in Omaha tonight. Only Luke Broderick, who made the second team, and Devin Nunez, who made the freshman team, made any of the all Big Ten lists at the end of the season. Does that sound right to you? Did anyone get snubbed?
No, that seems about right to me. I mean, I don't know that there's anybody that really distinguished themselves otherwise that would have, made sense on that list. I mean, and that's been the thing about this team all year. It's a fine baseball team, probably have a higher ceiling than what they played to this year. But I mean, they really haven't had anybody that's carried the group at all. So, that felt about right to me. And that's like I said, I mean, you probably would have needed some guys to play their way onto that list to have a little bit better of an outcome during the regular season if you're Nebraska. So, yeah, I mean, I didn't have any issues with the way that played out. And that's kind of, I guess, the story of Nebraska's season is they've been good enough, but not great in a lot of areas.
Bruntz, barring a run that we don't really see coming, the season is going to come to a close this weekend for Nebraska baseball. And obviously it began with them in the top 25 and a lot of hope and expectation. It's not going to end with that. I'm curious as to how you view this season as a whole. Of course, not knowing exactly how it's going to end, but mainly from the perspective of what it means for the offseason and what's next for them in 2026.
Yeah, I mean, I think the challenge for this program right now is how do you get year-to-year consistency? Because I
Yes.
think Nebraska has, they've won the conference a couple times, but then you have the 2022 season, and you had this season where things didn't really go to plan, and they didn't play to their full potential. I mean, this year is kind of tough to wrap your head around a little bit because you had a preseason All-American that you're expecting to go on Friday night, and you lose him on the third weekend of the season. And I don't know that they had the pitching depth to really cover that. Certainly Tucker Timmerman taking that liner off his face didn't help things either. And you were probably down two of your better pitchers, and the pitching wasn't as good as it needed to be this year. What that means for the off season, I mean, it's going to be a roster overhaul. The tough part right now, though, is baseball programs across the country are trying to put together rosters for 2026 without having a lot of clarity on what their situation is. A lot of schools haven't yet said what the scholarship picture is going to look like. So are you trying to build a 34-man roster? Are you going to get spots grandfathered in? How much money do you have to play with rev share? I mean, there's so many tough questions that need to be answered pretty quickly here. But I think Nebraska is going to have to be active in the portal a little bit more so than what they have been previously, and count on some young guys in the program that I think they feel okay about are going to have to be ready to go next season, because even Mason McConaughey, who you hope you have back next year, just based on when his injury was, I mean, he's not going to be ready to go until probably the middle of next season. So there's going to be some big holes to fill.
Bruntzy, the Pac-12 refugees occupied 4 of the top 5 spots in the standings. The only reason Iowa even got in there in the first place is they seem to avoid all of those West Coast schools in their schedule. Will Bolt even talked about it earlier this week, how much the West Coast schools ran roughshod over the traditional Big Ten. How concerning is it that they immediately walked in and dominated?
Yeah, I mean, I think, they were hoping, I think the traditional schools that care about baseball in the old Big Ten were kind of hoping that the new schools would kind of raise all boats, I guess. But it's going to force teams that care about baseball, and I would put Nebraska in that category. I think Indiana's that way. Probably Michigan. It's going to force them to up their game a little bit, and I think that's okay. I mean, I think that the league needs those kinds of elite teams, and it's going to be up to the schools like Nebraska to make sure that they keep pace. I'll be really curious to kind of see what the breakdown is for especially Oregon, UCLA, and USC about how many scholarships in baseball are they going to fund? Is their rev share percentage going to be a little bit bigger? Those are all questions that need to be answered. But I think there's going to be schools that were kind of the old guard Big Ten schools that are going to need to decide whether or not they care about baseball or not, because to keep pace with those West Coast schools, it's going to be going to take some financial wherewithal and also just a little bit more energy around the sport. And even Oregon, everybody kind of considers them a northern team, but they played a ton of home games. I don't think they played away from home until the end of March, and that they definitely deserve to be in that conversation with UCLA and USC as kind of those schools you think about as an elite baseball program. So Nebraska is definitely going to need to up its game, I think, going forward to keep pace with those 3.
Well, safe journeys to Omaha. Enjoy the night. And the good news is, win or lose, I mean, you won't have to be back until Friday because Nebraska won't play again until Friday.
That's very true. I appreciate the clarity on when teams are going to play, but I hope this is a one and done on this setup. I don't love it.
Yeah, it's not very good.
Yeah, some of us may have originally said it was a good idea and then realized, no, it was a dumb idea. And
Well, you start doing
We-
the math, and you're like, "This is a great idea." And you're like, "Oh, wait, this actually sucks a lot."
Yeah.
Like,
Because literally the losers of games 1, 2, 3, and 5 are done. If they lose, they're done, but they still have to come back and play one more game, including Nebraska literally having to go, if it were to be Nebraska, it would be Tuesday night. Then you wait 2 days. Oh, and then we're back on Friday night for the last game of the year.
yeah. I mean, there's potential for Friday to be kind of fun if Nebraska holds up end of the deal tonight. But yeah, let's hope they do, because I don't want zombie baseball. That's no fun.
No. You've had enough of that over the years as an athletics fan. So
That's well, it's like a warm glass of milk for me. So maybe I'll be okay.
Michael Bruntz, Husker 24/7. Take care, Bruntsy.
Bye, Bruntz.
See you guys. Yeah, bye.
All right. Coming up next, we're going to we're going to talk about the same stuff we've been talking about, because there's new developments.
In a new package.
But it's going to be packaged a little differently.
It's a new wrapper.
We needed to define what this era of college sports and this off-season conversation, and I hope we've crystallized it in 3 simple words. So we'll have that coming up next, because now the cartel is acting more like a cartel, and we will explain. By the way, I looked this up. Mentioned that George Wendt, the actor who played Norm on Cheers, passed away today.
Yeah.
Today is also the 32nd anniversary of the last episode of Cheers.
Oh, wow. That's
of
incredible.
which Norm was the second to last character on screen, because he and Sam have this, conversation at the bar, and then he leaves, and then Sam closes the bar down. So, yeah.
That's the show, Nick.
That is the show.
Mm-hmm.
Very good theme, by the way.
Great theme.
All right, we will continue with more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct next on 1620 The Zone.
always call him Mr. Touchdown. They always call him Mr. T. He can run and kick and throw. Give him the ball and just look at him go. Hip hip hooray for Mr. Touchdown. He's gonna beat him today. So give a great big cheer for the hero of the year, Mr. Touchdown USA.
Football nonsense into a segment we now call the college football cluster. Because that's really what it is, especially the news of last night.
Yes.
Because now we have entered a whole new realm of cluster. Here's the latest. Apparently, the officials from the Big Ten, SEC, Big 12, and ACC, you might know them as the Power Four.
I've heard of them.
They are circulating a draft of a groundbreaking and first-of-its-kind document. By the way, Ross Dellinger reporting. Groundbreaking and first-of-its-kind document intended to prevent universities from using their state law to violate new enforcement rules, and in a wholly stunning concept, requires schools to waive their right to pursue legal challenges against the new enforcement entity, the College Sports Commission.
Nice.
The document, which has been viewed by dozens of leading school administrators, would bind institutions to the enforcement policies, even if their state law is contradictory, and would exempt the College Sports Commission from lawsuits and from member schools over enforcement decisions, instead offering a route for schools to pursue arbitration. Again, from Dellinger, the document is meant to be signed by all Power Conference schools, and perhaps others as well who might opt into the settlement as a way to bind the group. It's like
Lord of the Rings.
The Force. It's like the Force.
The ties that bind them.
That's true.
That's Lord of the Rings,
It surrounds
John.
us. It penetrates us. It
darkness
binds us.
Oh,
it brings the
man.
universe together.
Drop the ring.
Let's talk about Star Wars. Some people understand. Anyway, it's a way to bind the group together and provide stability around the rules of enforcement that includes, most notably, decisions from the new Deloitte-run NIL clearinghouse dubbed NIL Go. That sounds like such a just terrible video game.
Big
play
shoes.
some NIL Go.
Thank you, Nick. It sounds like a bad app. It sounds
It
like
does.
what HBO considered renaming their website to before they decided on HBO Max again.
Good point.
Yeah, I hate it. It does. It sounds like an app. I hate it.
The consequence if schools do not sign the agreement is steep.
What is it?
A school risks the loss of conference membership and participation against the other Power League programs, said one athletic director who has seen the document. You gotta sign it or we don't play you.
So real quick, are they saying then that if like a G5 doesn't sign this document, you will no longer get to play Nebraska?
You will not play this.
You will not get this. You'll not get this. La 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 la.
It does sound like it, but of course no one's worried about the G5, because even if the G5 doesn't opt into the settlement or opt into the College Sports Commission, no one's expecting them to have the money, the wherewithal to compete at a level that competes with the Power Four conferences. So my guess would be, no, those schools wouldn't have to sign because they really don't fear you. It's kind of like, when back in the Cold War days when the Soviets and the Americans would sign these nuclear peace accords and whatnot. And then, I don't know, Taiwan comes walking in and says, hey, we'll sign too. It's like no one fears you.
It's kind of a lions don't concern themselves with sheep type situation.
Bingo.
Though I would say this,
Bingo.
John, just to play devil's advocate for a moment before we get back into this story. What if this is the way to kind of separate and to move away from the G5, and this would actually allow for that to happen, where it's like, sorry, we're not going to schedule you anymore, and we're just going to keep all of our games.
That's certainly
That's
possible.
what I thought of reading this whole story was, this is the kind of next step for
That's
that
possible. But my guess is, because as we know, the Power 5 or Power 4 schools, especially the Big Ten and the SEC schools, want their cake and eat it too.
Oh, yeah.
They still want to schedule G5 teams, Matt Rule, because,
Nice.
you got to have non-conference games, and because they've already decided we're not playing other power conference teams, they need other people to play. And so, again, that's why I don't think it would be binding, but your point is certainly valid and might be worth watching down the road. I suppose in a realm like that, particularly on the basketball side of things, maybe the Power 4 would want Big East schools to sign this because the Big East is a power conference in basketball, though they don't threaten them in any way in football because most of their teams don't play football anyway. So it's possible from a basketball side of things, maybe they would want them to sign, but that's neither here nor there.
Sure.
So Andy Staples wrote about this today as well. And this all really kind of centers around, we talked about this last week, the new Tennessee law.
Yes.
So Tennessee passed a new NIL law that allows its schools to pay athletes directly and basically protects its schools from having to abide by anything a conference or this commission or the NCAA would make it do if what the conferences or the NCAA is asking them to do would break federal law. So the Tennessee law contains language that bars schools from participating in any rules that restrict athlete pay in a way that potentially violates the Antitrust Act or any other federal law. And of course, the thing is, because, and I know this stuff gets real detailed, it can get very confusing, so I'm going to try my best to explain this as much as possible.
Doesn't it make your eyes glaze over all this crap?
It does.
It's so tiring.
It does.
Why can't you just be normal college sports? Just be normal.
Yeah.
I just want to watch you. It is a cluster bleep.
Normal died a long time ago.
I know, John.
Normal's been gone for a long time.
I know.
But so what this goes back to is, and we've talked about this before, when they set the revenue share number at $20.5 million, they said they did it based on a formula.
Yeah.
But it was all done in-house. It was all done by the commission. It's like the mafia setting rules for other mafia members. But for the citizens who aren't in the mafia, well, you didn't get any say in this. These are our rules. This is what, and you're going to have to live with it. The athletes, unlike in the NFL, where there's a collective bargaining agreement, so that the players' union has to agree to what the owners are saying.
Yeah.
They have to work together. There is no collective bargaining unit for college sports. And so these numbers, this random $20.5 million, which they claim they pulled out of some formula, but quite frankly, they could have pulled it out of their you-know-whats for all I care.
Out of their bleeps.
What this Tennessee law is saying is, hey, listen, someone's probably going to come along and they're going to sue and say,
of course,
why is it only $20.5 million?
Yeah.
And they have the right to do that because of the Sherman Antitrust Act. So our new state law is saying Tennessee, Vanderbilt, Memphis, any Tennessee school, you're safe. You don't have to play by their rules because our state rule says you don't have to. And because it says we will protect you if any of these entities come after you. And so
that's why they want to sign this. That's why they want to set this up.
That's why the cartel wants everyone to sign in.
Yeah.
They want this blood oath.
Yeah. There was another quote that stood out to me, and this wasn't in the Staples story. This was in the Dellinger one. And this person puts their name on it. This was Baylor Athletic Director Mac Rhodes, who, as Dellinger wrote, is aware of the affiliation agreement. If we go back to external NIL that is separate from the house pool revenue share and back to a pay-for-play model, then why did we settle? We were going to spend $20.5 million, and then on top of it, go to pay-for-play with collectives, ? Like, that, it's part of this entire discussion, and that is, it seems like we are moving in a way back in time while also moving forward, given the Deloitte crap that is also, seemingly involved in all of this too.
Yeah, and that was addressed here as well, because market value, and we've said this.
I know. How do you define it?
Market value if Josh and I are bidding on the same pile of ping pong balls, and Josh says it's worth $1,000, and I come in and I say it's worth $2,000, guess what? It's worth $2,000 because that's what I'm willing to pay. That's what market value is. But because the College Sports Commission is going to hire NIL Go to handle all of this and come up with some arbitrary, what do they say? They've got a formula. Hey, we're going to base this off of real things. Okay, whatever. Because they're setting the market value, again, with no representation from any college athletes, no representation from any College Athletes Players Association, a.k.a. a union. These things can all be challenged. This is why I've been saying it's the unsettlement. It's not the settlement. It's not going to do anything.
Yeah.
Because there's no protection. Even when Judge Wilkin comes back and signs off on all this, there's no protection from any of these entities, whether it's a school, whether it's a conference, whether it's the College Sports Commission, whether it's the NCAA. There is no protection that they won't be sued again. So that's why this whole thing, it's really just one long pointless exercise.
That's why, I asked that question a couple weeks ago when we had Ralph Russo on about, like, is it possible to watch college football and not have to pay attention to any of this other stuff? And it's like, this is the stuff that I'm really thinking about. Because as you read all of those words, I mean, it's hard.
Many words.
It's just like, what the hell is happening? There was a story, and it kind of crystallized for me when I was reading this story from, I believe, On3 a couple of weeks ago. And it was just like back-to-back-to-back paragraphs of all this mumbo-jumbo. And Amazing Daniel, I think he kind of hits on it for me, too. He says, I don't mean this as a criticism. Obviously, you have to talk about it. But this stuff is so goofy and going to keep changing every 3 weeks until it finally doesn't. And I just can't pay attention to it or care about it. Kind of like recruiting, it's insane. Mm-hmm. And man, I think he hits it. It does continue to change. Like that story came out last night, and at first, the tweet from Dellinger was like, I was like, oh wow, is it what is this? This seems like a big thing. And then I open it and I read, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to save this for tomorrow morning because I don't really feel like this ruining my Monday night by reading this story. Because it as always, it just has all of this stuff. They're trying to get this person to agree, and they're trying to get this person to agree, and they don't want to get sued, and this person doesn't want to get sued. And I know that I'm a broken record on this, John, but we are living in a very specific moment right now. And someday we will get to look back on it and say, man, that was crazy, huh? Remember when we didn't know what was going to happen and what the rules were? And hey, at least I might not like it what it is now, but at least we're kind of set in stone. We are still in the midst of it, though. And every week there's another story from Dellinger. And every week I dive into the story, and it's like, oh, my gosh, when are we going to get an answer on what the hell this is going to mean moving forward?
It's easy to find yourself when you're in a black hole realizing you're never going to get out of it. And I because this whole situation is so intertwined and it's so vast and there's so much potential for litigation, it feels like there is no end date.
No.
That there's always going to be another layer. I mean, just when you think it's like you're trying to solve a puzzle and you think you've hit the last puzzle piece.
More
and then
pieces.
All of a sudden, another spot opens. It's like a game of whack-a-mole.
Yeah.
Except the whack-a-mole is so much faster than you are that the minute you think you've whacked the one mole and you've got the board solved, 3 others pop up on the other side. And that's basically all of these lawsuits. It all really boils down to this. None of this is really going to go away until the players have a voice.
Yeah.
But I contend, I don't know if the players necessarily want a voice because right now they've got a really good situation. As long as there's these endless lawsuits, as long as the collectives are allowed to exist in some way, the money is there. Obviously, we've seen it. We've seen the rise in, player rates. We've seen the doubling and tripling of, what a roster is worth these days. And until that market blows up, if you're a player, what is the benefit to unionizing? Because right now, if the settlement goes through and they actually start paying the $20.5 million, now you're getting 2 pools of money. You get the NIL money what you've been getting from the collectives, and now you get this new pool that comes from the school. Oh, and I don't have to pay taxes on it.
Mm-hmm.
And you really have the best of both worlds. So my concern is, even though the end game or a possible door opening to the end game would be, well, you got to finally deal with the athletes like a collective bargaining unit. But what if they don't want to? Or what if there's just not enough organization to actually get those players together in some kind of, because if college sports unionizes, let's say there was a movement right now and somebody stood up and said, we're going to unionize college football players. You got to go to all of these different schools and get the players to vote. Remember when, 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago when Northwestern tried to become the first to unionize? Yeah. That was one team.
Yeah.
You got to go out and get every school.
You got to get 100 plus, or at the very least, the power schools.
Correct. To go out and do that. And remember, these players are coming and going every year. It's a constant revolving door. So, I just don't know if you're going to be able to herd all the cats to get them to want to vote for a union, even if there's motivation for one. So it's just an ongoing mess. But the best part of this is that these conferences, they want everyone to sign a blood oath to basically say, hey, I don't care what your state law says. You got to follow our rules or we're not going to play you. Meanwhile, the state law is saying we're doing this to protect our schools from the feds.
Yeah, and I don't understand how that's legal. Like, I don't even understand how that's going to hold up.
I don't either.
I don't understand. It's tiring.
I will make it legal.
It's tiring. By the way, I don't know if you saw this, but Charlie Baker, who is the president of the NCAA.
I did see this, yes.
Said that the power conferences are going to be in charge of running the NIL clearinghouse and the revenue sharing cap, a.k.a. the College Sports Commission, not the NCAA. So Charlie Baker is dusting his hands off and saying, we're not doing this.
We don't want to deal with this crap anymore.
You got any problems? You want to sue somebody? You sue them. It's the power conferences ball now. We're just standing back here and, organizing basketball tournaments.
Doesn't this just make you appreciate the pro sports? Like, even with all their dumb issues, it's like, you know what? They seem so quaint and normal compared to the stuff that's happening inside of college sports.
Yes.
Thank God you got the games, right? Thank God you can watch the games, think about the games, because all the other stuff is tiring.
As long as we still have the games, I guess.
Yes.
That's true.
John, I got Rutgers 2, Indiana 0 as we have gone through 5.5. The bottom of the 6th inning is coming up. Look at that.
Baseball. College baseball.
Plus, they announced today, John, that NFL players can participate in flag football in the 2028 Olympics. How exciting is that?
You know what? If the whole damn Dallas Cowboys roster wants to
John,
do it,
you
right
stop it.
You just go ahead and sacrifice your players to some
I will
silly
do no such thing.
sport.
Guts? Yeah. What does his guts ever do to you?
Yeah, thank you, Nick. Thank you, Nick.
Well, there it is, the latest episode of the edition of
Cluster Bleep.
College Sports Cluster.
Yikes.
Still to come. We got the super hot take market. And speaking of the NFL, the NFL is in my hot take today.
Okay.
And also the Big East. I'm coming after you, Big East.
Okay.
That's a super hot take market. And Nick says the slice of college baseball is out of the oven.
It is out of the oven.
It's why he hasn't talked for the last hour and a half.
I cooked.
Because he was typing with his loud Gen Z keyboard.
Type.
Clicky clack.
Well, you have fun with that Gen Z keyboard, and we'll continue after this on 1620 The Zone. market. Josh, what aisle are you shopping in today?
John, you're not going to like it, but we're going football for both of my takes. Though the first one is more media related. I'll go with that one first.
I can't believe you're in the pockets that deep of big football.
Sorry, Nick. I love talking about it. Hot take, I believe. John Bishop, is wrong. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Do you know what he's claiming these days? You remember John Skipper? You remember John Skipper used to be the boss of ESPN?
He was on Gilligan's Island.
Now?
He works for DAZN.
Oh, no, not DAZN.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, is that the goofy one where...
Or no, he works with Meadowlark Media now. He's with the Dan Lebitard, like him. Those guys like started the company.
So
together.
he just keeps finding new ways to de-escalate his career. Cool.
So the former ESPN boss, he has long had the opinion that he thinks the Super Bowl will end up on pay-per-view. Well, now he is also claiming that big college football games will also be on pay-per-view via ESPN Plus.
What is he living 20 years ago when Nebraska had like at least a third of its games on pay-per-view?
Exactly.
Been there, done that.
Yeah. Now, I'm not saying that this take is wrong like for eternity. At some point, yes, you will probably have to log on to a thing you already pay for and then pay more for it because that's how the world is going. I do not think that this is something anytime soon, though, especially as, John, they have moved away in a lot of ways recently of cable games, and they're a fan more of putting them on over-the-air network television. It wouldn't surprise me if they try to put national championship games, playoff games, back on ABC in coming years. Monday Night Football has already started simulcasting a ton of their games, and I think that that will also be the case moving forward. I do not think that we're going to have to watch Georgia, Alabama for an extra $6 on ESPN Plus anytime soon.
But if there was a group of cartel folks, as we just talked about, who would probably do that, it would be college football, and they would be their undoing.
Yeah, so you're wrong. You're wrong, Mr. Skipper. You're wrong.
So your hot take is another guy's hot take is wrong.
Exactly. That's my hot take.
Well, here's my hot take. Nolan Sailors and Connor Capisi got jobbed by the politically correct Big East Conference.
Woke has come?
Woke Big East has come. These were the conference first and second team awards today.
Yeah.
Congrats to Dominic Cancellari. He was the pitcher of the year. Garrett Langrell, Wilson Moggers. They all made the first team.
Interesting.
He was also the freshman year, Wilson Moggers was. But Connor Capisi, Nolan Sailors, and Matt Sherman were on the second team. I can understand Sherman on the second team. If it would have been just like the last 2 months award, he would have been a slam dunk first teamer because his last 2 months were amazing.
Slam dunk, wrong sport, John.
Yeah, but John, this is baseball.
Nolan Sailors is the second leading hitter in the Big East. He's basically been a 400 hitter the entire season.
Oh, yeah, he's been awesome.
Connor Capisi is the 10th leading hitter in the Big East.
Okay.
He also has had the best percentage of caught stealing by any regular catcher in the Big East.
What is he, James Addiction?
How these two ended up on the second team can only be described as political correctness, because we got to put a Georgetown guy in here. We got to put a Seton Hall guy in here. Get out of here with this noise. Creighton was the number one team in the Big East. Capisi should be the first team catcher. Sailor should be on the first team. Political correctness has come for the Big East, and I'm not here for it. I'm slamming my fist down. No.
Don't slam the other one.
Just say no, I can't. Just say no to political correctness. Get out of here, Big East, with your got to be fair to everybody. BS! You put the best players on the first team. That's what you do.
Now, not to pick on you, John, but this is the hot take market, not the correct market. Like, are both of our takes even that hot so far on today's hot take market?
What are you saying? I just said it's hot.
All
what
right.
do you mean?
Well, I feel like this is actually a correct take, so I just don't feel like this is that spicy.
Yeah, but I said political correctness is coming
That's true. That's true. You did say
because it's the whole everybody's got to have a team. No. It's like in the All-Star game. Do you think anybody from the Colorado Rockies deserves to be on the National League All-Star team? Hell no.
And they will be.
That's
pathetic,
will be because
Nick.
of PC.
Yeah.
Get your PC. Get your PC out of my sports.
All right, John. Hot take I can be talked into. And honestly, this is one that I believe, so we don't even need that qualifier. Illinois, The Fighting Illini. Nick, that's a college football team.
Yes, it is.
They will not live up to the offseason expectations. You know, John, when people talk about them and why they think they're going to be good in 2025 and why they're a dark horse playoff team, you know what they always talk about? They always talk about their schedule. Oh, man, Illinois, their schedule's so manageable. I took a peek at their schedule today because I read a column by Tom Fornelli. And I was stunned to realize that the media elites never mention that they have to travel to Indiana, a playoff team from last year, Washington, a team I think will be better than they were last year, and Wisconsin, and Wisconsin's mid as hell, but it's still, you have to travel there. Plus, Duke in the non-conference, and then Ohio State comes to town, as well as USC comes to town. Are we sure that this is the team that is supposed to be some dark horse playoff team? Not to mention, how about this, John, from Fornelli's column? The last time that Illinois both started and ended a season ranked inside of the AP Top 25, 1990. Nick was negative 7 years old in 1990.
That's right.
The more that I look, John, at the 7.5, the more I think that the over or under will be decided upon in November. And if that's the case, they ain't competing for a college football playoff berth.
Well, I am also shopping in the football aisle. Hot take. The NFL will overreact tomorrow and ban both the tush push as well as reseed the playoffs.
Let's go. Go NFL.
Even though there is no empirical data that says that the tush push is dangerous.
Oh, I don't care about that.
That is a fraud. That is garbage. The kickoff is more dangerous. And what did they do? They de-escalated the kickoff, but now they want the kickoff back.
Folks,
give me a break. The tush push, not dangerous. No more dangerous than any other play in football. Here's one thing about the playoff reseeding that hasn't been thought about yet.
Okay.
And that's the scheduling. So are we now going to change the NFL scheduling formula?
What do you mean?
Because, for example, last year, the Minnesota Vikings would have been the number 2 seed in the NFC playoffs. Yet, because they finished second in their division, they get a second place schedule. Tampa Bay or Los Angeles, who would have been either a 5 or a 6 or a 7 seed, are still going to get a first place schedule, even though
they won their division.
Seeded 5, 6, or 7. So you can't change one without the other.
That doesn't
Why
make
would
any
you
sense.
punish? What do you mean? You don't punish a division champion.
Packers were the 7th seed, but they don't get a 7th place schedule. They still had a 3rd place division schedule. That doesn't make any sense.
No,
That's a bad
what
argument.
doesn't make sense is the Rams are going to get a first place schedule,
because they
would
division.
have been seeded 5th, 6th, or 7th.
But they won their division.
You can't change one without the other.
Yes, you can. They're going to do it.
Can't. No,
they're going
because
to.
only stupid people would change it, just like the NFL. They would be stupid to change and reseed the playoffs.
I can't
wait. By the
wait.
way, there is a odds on this.
On it happening?
Yeah, the tush push getting banned. The yes right now is minus 400.
Yeah, it's definitely getting banned.
But to reseed the playoffs, the no is minus 800.
But your take is that they're going to do both.
Well, yeah, because the NFL's stupid and Roger Goodell's going to, but the games will be more exciting. Yeah, whatever. Get out of here.
If your team wasn't in the garbage ass NFC West, you would not
would
be
you stop? It has nothing to do with
yes,
that.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
It has everything to do with they overreact to last year when the NFC North went 0-3. NFC North 0-3. NFC North 0-3.
Your team
cannot
always
be disputed. NFC North 0-3.
I'm not an overreaction. I'm not an NFC North honk. But
I'm
your
not
division,
saying that, but
your division
it is an
always
overreaction.
The NFC West somehow always benefits from the NFL seating structure.
What do you mean always benefits?
Remember that garbage ass year when the Seahawks won the division?
One time. How many times has the NFC East benefited? They've had garbage divisions.
Yeah, and
every
you know what,
division
John?
has benefited.
And you know what, John? They shouldn't have hosted the playoff game. Everybody agrees on this except for you because your team's
not
going to be
everybody,
affected
because
by
obviously there are people that do agree with me that this is the wrong way to go.
Well, those people are also idiots. Joel writes, wow, noted Big East honk John Bishop going off on the Big East Conference. I just about fell off my chair. Wow.
Well, don't fall off your chair. You might hurt your wrist.
Welcome to the... That's true, John. Don't do that.
Welcome to PC, Big East.
Strigori, John is really on the wagon that everybody but John is stupid. Yeah, that definitely is how he lives his life. John knows all.
There's a lot of stupid people in this world.
Yeah.
A lot of stupid people.
And sometimes, John,
most
you're
of them
one
are in the NFL. The rest of them are in college football.
I thought you hated college football. Now you also hate the NFL because the Rams would have been a 4 seed last year.
Do you think when you get to the pearly gates, you know how some people are like, I'd like to see my lifetime stats, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if they could somehow list out every single person that John has ever called stupid.
Oh, wow. It'd be a long list.
Billions.
Be a long
The
list.
answer is billions.
Well, yeah, because he calls whole races of people stupid, Nick. So that's how he covers the billions. That's how he gets there very quickly.
What are you talking about?
That's how you would get there. John, it's called making a joke. I was making a funny joke.
That's not very funny.
I thought it was, and Nick laughed. So that's at least two of us.
You guys have bad senses of humor because you're stupid. There, add 2 more names to the
that's
list.
2 more. 1,000,002,000.
By the way, I saw this today. Speaking of odds.
Yeah.
And oddly specific odds.
Yeah.
Odd odds.
These are
with
all
Oddson.
These are all different bets that you can make on one of the online sports betting books about records being broken in the NBA conference finals.
Okay. That is odd.
It is. It's very like, for example, if you would like to bet that the conference finals single game record for rebounds would be broken
by an individual?
By an individual. Do you know what the single game NBA conference finals rebound record is?
My guess is it's either Wilt or Bill Russell, and it's like
it is Wilt.
38.
It's 31.
Holy God.
If you would like to bet that would get broken, you can bet on it. And it's 500 to 1.
Oh my gosh. Nick, let's get some action on this.
Okay.
$5 bet would pay a lot of money.
The conference finals single game assists record held by Magic Johnson with 25.
Whoa.
If you want to bet on that, it's 200 to 1.
200
to 1.
Wow.
The lowest odds on this very specific will this record be broken list?
Yeah.
Will the conference finals series points record be broken? So it's cumulative points throughout the entire series.
What on earth?
The record is 236 by LeBron James. You can get 14 to 1 odds if someone is going to break that record.
236. So over the course of 7 games, wow, that's like 30.
236 divided by 7 is 34 points a game.
Yeah, 35 a game gets you the record. Do they have will the player break the record for most points scored by an individual in a playoff game? Isn't that Michael? Was that when he scored 63?
55. The 63 was against the Celtics, I think, in the semis.
No, it was in the first. Oh, this is just semi-specific.
No, this is conference finals.
Or conference finals specific, my bad. Yeah, he
the
did
single
that in the
game
first
record
round.
is Michael Jordan, 55. You can get 20 to 1 odds that record gets broken.
Interesting.
Yeah, we get some interesting email occasionally into the old Equitable Bank inbox, and I thought that one was rather very specific.
Yes, it was.
Hey, you want to waste your money on this record?
Throw it out the window, folks.
All right, coming up. Nick claims he has a slice of college baseball.
It's cooling off. You got to let it settle a little bit after it comes out of the oven, you know?
We have a happy hour that has Steve Sipple's name written all over it.
Let's go.
And we do have the analysis of the net rest for all of the teams in the NFL.
Football.
Did the NFL schedule makers do a better job of narrowing the gap between the teams that are playing on the least amount of rest versus the most amount of rest? We have the answers for you.
Yes, we do.
Here on 1620 The Zone.
It's time to enjoy a nice hot slice of college baseball.
Backhanded throw, and that will end the ball game. The Missouri Tigers came to College Station without an SEC win. They leave Aggieland with a sweep.
College baseball.
Rent-free. You ran the same thing 2 weeks in a row. Haven't the Aggies suffered enough? Man.
I didn't have time to make a new intro.
Because he was busy.
That's the only reason.
Nick, you're stupid.
Oh, okay. Well, I can't
There's another
be
one to the list.
on the list.
Sorry, I'm just
twice,
adding to my
John.
list. I'm just adding to my list here. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Anyway, guys,
Nick,
Yes.
today I would like to take the opportunity to debut the inaugural all-slice team. This is a team made up
Say
of
what?
dudes who I think are both good at baseball in one way or another, or guys I just like for reasons. It's my list. Who cares?
Yep, sure.
At the end, I will also have my slice team of the year. So let's dig in.
Okay.
Wait, do you have to award your slice team of the year at the end of the season?
John, he didn't know what he was going to do as of 2 hours ago.
It's the end of the regular season, John. It's the regular season.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. It's like the NHL. You got a regular season champion. You got the Stanley Cup.
Yeah,
champion.
you get,
I got it.
you
Cool.
get what I'm
Go
going
ahead.
for.
Go ahead.
First up for pitching.
Nick, please, come on. Start. Get going. We got time here.
There's Sipple coming up, Nick. Hurry.
Freshman Jack Oman from Yale. He currently has a record of 8-1 and an ERA of 1.34 over 11 starts and 73 2/3 innings.
Baseball.
You might recognize him because I covered him on the slice a while ago.
Oh, that's where I know the name.
Catcher, junior Caden Bodine from Coastal Carolina. 339, 442, 529, and a 998 fielding percent. 53 starts over 53 games. He started every single game. That's a durable
Did he catch
guy.
every game? Did he catch every game?
Maybe.
Okay.
He was
Good
in a
enough
lot
for
of
me.
games. He's durable.
Good enough for me.
15 doubles, 35 RBI, and he's a Buster Posey Award semifinalist. That's good.
You saying he's a poser?
No, John.
Oh, sorry.
First base, Rintaro Sasaki. He's
Yes,
a freshman.
we know.
from
Of
Stanford.
course. The college baseball's weeb of the year.
That's who Nick is.
274, 384, 421. He didn't have the season I think a lot of people expected he would, but I think he still did solid, and it's my team, so he's on.
Yeah, of course he is.
And Stanford lost today at the ACC
Oh,
tournament.
no.
He's still on the list.
Yes, we know, Nick.
He's
You
still
keep
on the
saying that.
Second base, senior Aiden Redahan from Central Connecticut State University. He leads college baseball in batting average with 4.462 over 42 games.
He hits 462.
He does hit 462.
You don't need to say the point.
I know.
Yeah. I'm just trying to help.
9 homers, 66 RBI, and 10 stolen bases. I didn't have a whole lot of time to edit this. I didn't get it to my baseball editor.
Football. Wow, Nick's even football pilled.
At third base, I have junior Matt Hebner from NC State. He's second in the country with sack bunts, which means he's a team player and he gets results. I want him on the team.
Cool.
Shortstop, senior Casey Kleinman from the Virginia Commonwealth University. He's a utility guy who has only struck out 4 times this season at 138 at-bats.
That's pretty cool.
VCU, baby.
I'm still not hearing any Texas A&M players.
At right
Or
field is
Nebraska.
junior Mason Neville from Oregon. Currently leads college baseball in home runs at 26. He's got 56 RBI and slugging 774. Center field, senior Jordan McClatty from Jackson State. He leads stolen bases at 47. 375, 483, 547. The dude is fast.
Jordan says Nick should have made a graphic of a pizza with each name or face on a slice.
Yup, I was.
Why didn't you Canva that, Nick?
I started to Canva
It's
last segment.
Sasaki's
and
face
I
on pizza.
didn't have the time.
Okay.
At left field, we've got senior Cameron Nickens from Austin P. I never know how to pronounce that school.
Austin P.
Let's go P.
Paella.
6'3", 190 pounds, and he's a ginger, John.
You're not allowed to say that. You are not. You racist. You are not allowed to say that. Those are my
Wow,
people.
Nick, do you want a whole group of people eliminated too?
He is the second best in the country in hits at 95, but barely, because the best in the country is at 98 hits.
Wow.
That's over 214 at-bats. He's got 17 home runs, 45 walks, and a line of 435, 539, and 799.
That's a nice slash.
It is.
It's a lot of slash.
And my DH is freshman Sawyer Stronsider of Texas Christian University.
Oh, come on. Where are the Aggies?
He leads the nation in triples at 9, but that's not the only reason this kid is an all-slice. 360, 430, 660, 10 homers, 12 doubles, and over 200 at-bats. The kid is solid. And finally, the team of the year. You know them. You love them.
Texas A&M.
Northeastern, because they have not lost a baseball game since April 6th.
Oh, wow. That's a long time.
Baseball.
You forgot a guy.
Who?
Oh, is this one of the Blue Jays, John?
Nope. But
how are you not going to celebrate Ed Service in his last year as manager?
Yeah, you jerk.
Manager of the year, Nick.
Yeah, where's your coach?
I was only doing players.
Wow.
And
But you did a team.
And a team.
Well, speaking of players, Nick, bring up the video. This actually happened last week, but these are Jordy Ball numbers.
Okay.
Justin Osterhout from Purdue Fort Wayne in one game.
School record, baby.
Runs,
Come on.
a walk-off grand slam, 5 hits, 8 RBI, stole a base, and he was the winning pitcher.
Oh, wow. He is the
Jordy Ball
Wow.
of college baseball, Justin Osterhouse of Purdue Fort Wayne.
The
What a
Jordy
game.
Ball of the week.
That's a good award. We should name someone the
Maybe
Jordy
you could do
Ball
that
of the
next
week.
year, Nick. The
This-
Jordy Ball of the week.
This guy can be on the bench. He's a slice bench.
Wow, he's a bench warmer. He's not good enough
An
to be in
all
your...
slice bench.
Yeah. Are
That's
you gonna make
prestigious.
a graphic and tweet this out and tag the universities in the photo so then they will maybe put it in their media guides?
Yeah, sure.
I think you should.
I'll do it.
I would do that if I were you.
Mhm.
All right.
That's the all
The
slice.
thought crossed my mind.
I think you should, Nick.
The 2025 all slice team.
Wow. John, how do we think that the slice segment has gone this year?
I mean, outside of today, where Nick, obviously threw something together very
Phoned it
haphazardly.
in. Yeah.
It was usually well researched.
Yeah.
Certainly, it didn't lean on things like me giving my takes. Oh, this team's never going to make the College World Series, like previous hosts in this segment have done in the past. So
Okay, wrong.
I give him a B+, a solid B+ player. Nick
Interesting.
Grimm.
I'll take a B+.
My segment was good. Sometimes I talked about teams that weren't going to make it, but I also predicted Tennessee would win the whole damn thing last year, and I was right.
You predicted the best
Yeah,
team
you
in
picked the
baseball was gonna
favorite.
win.
Congratulations.
The number one seed hadn't won since 1999. You yahoos!
the Dodgers to win.
I did do that last year too, and I was right, John. Meanwhile, you didn't pick them to win, and you were an idiot. Shout out to me. Sometimes it takes someone like me to see what the sport is really going to do. Sometimes it takes a person like me.
Yeah, but you didn't have an all slice team.
No, I didn't,
Or an
because last
all
year
rubber hat team.
Last year it was called Wooden Bats and Rubber Hats. Yeah, the all rubber team.
The all rubbers.
Yeah, congrats on making the all rubbers.
Speaking of rubbers, the Trojans might be backing out of the Notre Dame series. We'll have that coming up next hour. But coming up next, Steve Sipple.
Chris writes, I get about as excited for Nick's slices as I do for an office party where there is not enough pizza for everyone and the slices are cut up in half.
Oh,
It's
isn't
a
that the
slice.
worst? Isn't that
It
the worst?
sucks. A tiny
you would-
slice.
Guys.
Like, remember on Valentine's Day when they would let you, pass out Valentine's to your class members and then they'd bring in food and stuff and they would bring in pizza sometimes and they'd realize, oh, crap, we had to invite the 4th graders over. And so now the pizza that was cut into party slices, all the party slices got cut in half so that
Yeah,
everyone got
half
a
a party.
tiny little sliver of pizza.
But why would
Terrible.
you want a raise when you can just get a slice of lukewarm Little Caesars
That's true, yeah.
and a plastic cup of Dr. Thunder?
Thank you for the Dr. Thunder.
Dr. Thunder.
We love it, don't we, folks?
We do love some Dr. Thunder.
We also
That's right.
love our next guest.
Steve Sipple. Because the happy hour is next here on 1620 The Zone.
it'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
With your mom.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here. He tells us when we speak, but when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
We always appreciate the time that our guests who join us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline take for us every week, all of our, especially our regulars, but even the occasionals. We especially thank our next guest because we're prying him away from his multi-screen setup where he's watching ACC and SEC tournament baseball right now. But don't worry, Sip. I will update you on these games as they go. It's now 3-0 Pitt over Louisville in the first in the Mike Ferrin game of the night. And South Carolina leads Florida 1-0 in the SEC tournament. I'll update you as this goes on in case there's any scoring changes.
I'm sorry, that second score was what?
South Carolina, which is a team from South Carolina. They finished 6-24 in the SEC this year. They have a 1-run lead over Florida. You might remember Florida from such hits as they won the World Series a few years ago.
Thank you for the update.
You're welcome.
I'm vaguely aware that any of that is going on, but now I am more aware. Thank you.
Sip, don't you feel like you're living your best life now that you don't have to pay attention to that slop anymore?
Oh, wow. Really?
Josh, you're in the mecca of college baseball.
Yeah, and you're on the station that's in the mecca of college baseball, and you don't give a crap either, so why should I?
I think
I'm going to send everybody over to to your location this year, and they can just torture you.
Except
Josh.
for yourself, John. You're not going to stop by and say hello.
Yeah, why would I want to waste my time?
Sad.
There is a big game at 6 p.m. that I'm aware of, and I'll be.
Cubs and Marlins. Yes,
you're talking about the Western Conference Finals start at 7:30 tonight. Seth.
That's what I'm angling for, to be honest.
Oh,
but, I got a few things I got to do.
As are many others.
But, there we go.
Nice.
How you guys doing?
Great, man.
Good.
How are you?
Doing good. Who are you rooting for? We did this poll question yesterday. The final 4 teams in the NBA. Who are you rooting for? Who do you want to see win?
Knicks.
Yeah. Wow,
Knicks.
you big city boys, man. Bing
I think that'd be the best theater. That'd be the best theater, I think.
Wouldn't the best theater, as you called it, be if the Knicks got there and then choked like normal, and then Spike Lee is like all despondent on the sidelines while Reggie Miller comes out of the broadcast booth and starts doing the choke sign in front of him again? That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I mean, theater can transpire in different ways, and that would be good. To answer your question, really, I don't have a strong rooting interest in anybody. I did see Oklahoma City this season in their arena, so I'm there's some familiarity, but I don't know that translates into any sort of passion for. And in fact, it wouldn't. It translates into passion for the Thunder. So no real passion for any team. Go ahead.
Yeah, you don't really have a team, do you? Do you have an NBA team?
I'd say no.
That's
I can't
interesting
say
because, you know, a lot of people, if they have a sport they love to watch, and you love to watch the NBA, usually, you know, you have a team, but you just like to watch it. That's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I sort of, no, I don't want to pretend like I have a team. I don't.
Interesting.
I wish I did. I wish I had an NFL team. I don't know, because of the nature of my work, it kind of took me out of that.
Yeah, I understand.
In a lot of ways. And, you know, I don't mind saying it. I don't say it probably enough, actually, but I never really fancy myself a sports expert or even a college sports expert or even really a college football expert because I'm so consumed with one team. So I get, you know, sometimes I've always felt a little awkward going on the radio and talking about bigger picture subjects because you're so consumed with the minutia of Nebraska football.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, yeah. So I don't have really time to be invested in a team. That's the way I see it.
Well, with all that said, Husker expert Steve Sipple on with us. Sip, I did not
call myself an expert. Go ahead.
Hey, I wanted to ask you because you wrote about June, which is going to be here in 12 days, camp season.
Wow, June's going to be here in 12 days.
I know. That's what Sip wrote about. It was pretty wild. But in all seriousness, what is the interest level in camp season now versus, say, a decade ago when it seemed like it reached heights and peaks that you know, it's just kind of unfathomable all these years later? What's the interest level now compared to then?
I don't remember it being all that like something that we got into that much. Am I missing something?
Well, I mean, remember there was the one when Micah Parsons, among others, was in Memorial Stadium. There were like 10,000 people there on a Friday night.
Yeah. No, it's not like that now.
No.
It seems like that was novel at the time.
Yes.
Sort of novel. It was. It wasn't probably completely. The whole recruiting conversation escalated to heights unknown, and I'd say 2005, right? That's when it really started. But yeah, then it continued into that realm when they had the Friday night lights camps that drew some big names, and then there was that was a lot of it. These Friday night lights camps. Now those they probably still have them, but they're just not. Recruiting's different now, as we all know. It doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't resonate as much because of the portal and other things. So it's different. Now, I do say when I go over there, you know, and I'll be over there in June, over there at the stadium.
Yeah.
It's striking how much activity there is, and it's always been striking to me how intense it is. That's why I never say, and I don't think you're saying that either, that June is slow. No, it's the opposite of slow. And that's the only reason I write that column. It's sort of I look at it almost as a reminder, I guess. It lends some perspective that you might think it's, you know, the average fan might think there's not much going on at the stadium when in fact, starting June 1 or thereabouts, it's like, you know, it's like the season's going over there.
Well, maybe this is an area, Sip, where you and I can help each other out. I will be spending June buried in college baseball. You'll be spending June buried in the camps. So, like, what do you expect to come out of it? What's going to be the most important thing to come out of June? Because, you know, they're doing these 7-on-7 things, and Matt Rule's been talking about that quite a bit. I mean, what kind of stuff could we expect to hear at the end of June?
It's mostly, John, it's mostly recruiting oriented. They have 30 plus official visits. That's the big thing. They have to get, you know, they want to get their recruiting class in the, I don't know, 15 player range. They probably need to get by the end of the summer at least 7 or 8, I would think, more, you know, solid commits. Much of it's recruiting oriented. Now there's, you know, 3 days per week of OTAs, which is, you know, that's players doing stuff, players in the program. I'm not talking about recruits. You know, it gets confusing, I think, for fans because when they hear me shift from recruiting to the current team. The current team they have I mean, there's important drills. Guys, I always say it this way. Guys can make moves on the depth chart in June, depending on how they approach their job. That certainly was the case under Frost. I think it's probably the case under Rule. It's pretty intense, and I think that's the way it's going to go in college football. I think it'll continue to be that way. I don't think June's going to get any less important. In fact, it'll probably get more important. So it's always, you heard or maybe you saw what Rule said, that for coaches, it's incredibly busy. I've been at camps where I see coaches look like warmed over death because they're working nonstop. That I've seen, me and Sean would go to those camps in Belton, Texas, and Houston. I'd see guys roll into those, and they just look. I saw the most tired I've ever seen Rule was at a camp in Belton, where he just looked haggard. I mean, they're working nonstop because not only are they recruiting for the future, they have their own team, not to worry about, but to train, to develop. It's all-encompassing work in June is what I'm getting at.
Sip, I've noticed a shift maybe in the way we're kind of talking about teams ahead of the fall, and that's probably due to the over-unders coming out recently. Nebraska's is sitting at 7.5, but and you kind of hit on it. I think it was in your weekend column when you said it's time for Nebraska, 7-6 overall last season, to take another step. No excuses. It's really that simple. And so the shift that I have sensed or read and heard is like kind of the discussion about the proverbial next step and what that looks like and what's the number. Is that now the shape of the rest of the offseason? It is us looking at the roster, looking at the schedule and the coaching staff and trying to figure out if this is going to be the year that they're able to do so. Because I don't mean to make this question so long, but I sense from fans that there is almost I've got to see it this year or else. And the else doesn't have to mean fired, but more, I don't know if I'm going to believe that Matt Rule's the guy if they can't start maybe laying that groundwork in 25.
Really good question. And yeah, I do think it's the case, fairly or unfairly. Probably fairly, though. I mean, we always have that kind of the bigger picture conversation about what's really stopping Nebraska at this point.
Yep.
And the answer is really nothing. The only thing I could say, and I do believe this, despite what I just wrote, I guess. I'm not in this camp at all. He's got to win, or we won't believe in Matt Rule. I'm not suggesting that because I do think it's time. I think it's time to take another. But Josh, I'm just saying another discernible step. I don't mean the ultimate step. I don't mean they got to win 10. They got to win double digits or else. Not that, but 7 would be immensely disappointing in the regular season. I've kind of lost my train of thought here, but I will say that it does seem to be time. I do have reservations about the team, maybe more than most. I think they'll do well to get to 8, but I think they can. I just wish there was, I just wish they had a little more proven oomph up front on defense. And, I wish they would have gotten another running back, but
yeah.
Everybody has some holes, and I think Nebraska can work around them with a manageable schedule. But then the other thing that we don't talk about, I don't hear nearly enough, is the late part of the schedule. It's probably going to tell the tale, and it's really rough. It's a rough November because you're going to play that game at Penn State that's super physical, and then you follow up against Iowa, which is super physical. You got to be ready for those games. Somehow be ready.
Yep.
So kind of branching off on that, because we talked about it yesterday. I think we even mentioned it last week. Matt Rule has talked about the year 3 bounce. Mm-hmm. Everyone, I mean, since the day he was hired, it was always, hey, here's the Matt Rule pattern, and in year 3, here's the bounce. So we're now at year 3. In my opinion, tell me what you think. In my opinion, a bounce, if we're going to compare it to the Temple bounce, the Baylor bounce, to me, bounce means at least 9 wins. What does Matt Rule year 3 bounce mean to you in terms of wins?
At least 8. It's not, I'm always a little bit hesitant to make those comparisons to Baylor and Temple because the landscape has changed so dramatically in college football since then. Now, you could argue that, yeah, it's changed and you should be able to generate ample bounce quickly with the portal. But also the other part of that discussion is the conference is way harder than what Temple played in or what Baylor played in.
Sure.
So it's, I don't know. I get it. I definitely get it from this standpoint. I believe that Rule does build culture. And I know people start to, their eyes glaze over when you mention that word, but I believe I think it's really important. And I think Rule does a good job of fostering the right sort of mentality throughout a program. He talked about it last week, and I thought it was meaningful. It was meaningful to me when he said, he went to New York, and there was not one instance where I had to discipline anybody, not one on a bowl trip. That's a lot. And he's talking about how everybody in the program is here because they want to be, and they're grateful. All of that to me is meaningful in some way. It's hard to define how much it means. It's an intangible, but I think that sort of thing is meaningful as long as your talent is pretty commensurate with your opponents, which I believe Nebraska's is.
I've gotten to the point, Sip, of the offseason where I'm starting to think about individual players and kind of what do they need to do? What can the season look like? John and I were going over some numbers yesterday as it relates to Dylan Raiola and year 2, comparing him to other top 3 quarterbacks in the last decade in terms of coming into college and what they were able to do in year 2. Have you started thinking about that? And I know that you're not like a huge numbers guy, but I have to imagine you're thinking he's got to be better than last year. I just wonder what you think that looks like in terms of raw production.
Oh yeah, he's got to be a lot better. I mean, the last 8 games, it was 4 touchdown passes and 9 interceptions.
It was gross.
Right. You can't have, and that's not all him. I'm always careful about it. I mean, quarterbacks Drew Aller, you could use Drew Aller as an example. He's good. He could be a lot better if they would put stuff around him. He had no receivers. He had basically no real good receivers last year. What would Aller look like if he had a bunch of good receivers? Way better. Dylan didn't have a lot in that regard either. So some of it is that. But no, he's got the reason I'm glad you brought it up is because when I think of urgency, it's mostly, to me, a Dylan Raiola discussion. You have to take advantage of this. That has to be a driving force in Matt Rule's mind. We have a big-time quarterback here. You got to put players around him and get in the playoff. I mean, this is if Dylan Raiola leaves here without going to the playoff, he'll be immensely disappointed. His family will be. He didn't come here. He didn't come here to not go to a playoff game. All right. So there's a lot of urgency in that. Trust me, there's a lot of urgency in that discussion in the program. You got to get that kid. You got to get that kid to the playoff. You got to get enough around him and give him an opportunity on that stage. So as far as Dylan goes, he should. I mean, the touchdown to interception ratio was 13-11. That's got to be. I think it's got to be more like 25-6 this year. In that realm, he's that good. There's no reason Dylan can't be even better than that. He's got his completion percentage was good though. I think he's in the 68% range. Stay in that range. Don't keep it well above 60. As far as yardage goes, it's always dependent on how the games go. But there's 3,200 yards should be about a minimum. You want the yards per completion or yards per pass to be way up. It wasn't where it needed to be.
No.
Got to get the ball downfield. And some of that is who do you have at receiver? Who do you have at tight end? Do you have enough time? But he's got to deliver, and he's probably got to be a little better with pressure on him.
Mm-hmm.
So all of that is a factor. But I believe that Dylan is an elite level quarterback. And I think I hope we see it. And a lot of the urgency in my voice going forward is about you got to take advantage of a 5-star quarterback when you have them, because you're not always going to have it.
Yep. Most important question of the day comes from the YouTube comment section from Headley Lamar. Important question for Sipple. Applebee's or Chili's?
Oh, God, it's not even close. I mean, it's not even that's not a question.
I agree, but what is it? And it better be the right one.
It's Applebee's.
No! Sip, no!
John.
No! No!
John.
No.
It's not a horse race.
What?
You're
What do you
saying
mean it's not a horse
Applebee's
race?
is Secretariat?
I'm saying Applebee's probably serves horse meat.
Yeah, but they make it palatable.
Why is Applebee's better? And don't tell me it's the Oriental chicken salad.
It is.
I knew it. I knew it.
No, it's the overall presentation. It's the aura.
Wait, the aura. It's the same aura. It's a bunch of tchotchkes on the wall.
It's not the same aura. Absolutely not the same aura. You're missing something. You go to Chili's if you can't get into Applebee's. That's what Chili's
See, I thought because Chili's has been doing like, and I haven't had it, but apparently they got like the $10.99 where you get the bottomless chips, you get a burger and fries, and it's like it's better than fast food. And have you ever had their the hot barbecue chicken crispers? Oh, those are so good.
Oh, I bet they are. No, there's a lot on the menu at Applebee's. It's good. The steak's serviceable. The Asian Oriental, what do you call it? It's good. It's legit. The wings are good. The services are usually really good. And just like I stated, it's Applebee's. It's Applebee's, and all that entails.
Eating good in the neighborhood.
Sip is always going to be eating good in the neighborhood.
The atmosphere is. There's a real feel of Applebee's when you go in there, and I appreciate that.
I know because I think there was a deal one time where Josh and I were going to take you out to an Applebee's, and then that fell through.
Yeah.
This would be the ultimate. We take Sip to Applebee's to watch an NBA playoff game.
God, that would be fun.
You'd actually come and hang out with us, though. You don't do that anymore.
Well, I know. It's
sad.
No, I'm not going to say that ship has sailed.
Oh, it's sailed.
Long
gone.
No, I just said it hasn't.
It's more gone than Mike Riley's Husker coaching career.
It's not necessarily gone. We'll make something work, okay?
Okay. Dare to dream. I'm going to dare to dream.
Yeah, dare to dream. You guys are doing good.
Hey, thanks. You too.
You're doing great, Sip.
You do. It's debatable. You doing shows right up until Friday?
When, this week?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, we're off on Friday. Yeah.
Why?
Company vacation.
Yeah.
Day,
Shout out to our bosses.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, that's good for you. Because you deserve it.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you, Sip. I appreciate it. You deserve it too.
Enjoy the playoffs tonight. I imagine it'll be no, I don't want to. John, one thing I'm going to close on this real quick. John, you were right about the blowouts. I mean, the blowouts have diminished the NBA playoffs considerably.
Yeah. I was really disappointed with Sunday, man. I was hoping in both the hockey and the basketball we'd get some good game sevens, and they both sucked.
Yep.
Though I don't know if we're going to get as many blowouts in this round. I think Indiana matches up really well with New York, and I think the T-Wolves, if they play the zone like they did in the series in the regular season, can keep it really interesting with Oklahoma City. So I think the blowouts might be down.
Listen to you sounding like Hubie Brown all of a sudden.
I look like Hubie Brown. I mean, we're like kindred spirits, man.
Guys, I appreciate it. It's fun.
I appreciate
Sip,
you,
we
Sip.
appreciate you. Have a great week.
All right, you too, guys.
Bye-bye.
Steve Sipple of HuskerOnline.com. By the way, it's 3-1 Pitt over Louisville. Sorry, Sip, I forgot to update.
Oh,
Louisville
rat.
did get
Damn
a run.
it.
Oh, and Florida scored 3. They're up 3-1 on South Carolina. So there you go. Coming up next, the net rest Warren Sharp's exclusive analyst.
Oh, man.
Did they have to rest their nets because they've been too busy trying to catch butterflies?
Oh, dear God, Nick. It's
Or
the
fish?
NFL. Which teams
That was
benefited by
horrible.
the schedule makers?
Let's find
We've
out.
got the deets coming up on Unsportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone. If you are a good guy, I hope you've checked that box on the back of your driver's license. It's that one that says, I am a registered organ and tissue donor. If you haven't, I want you to hear me out, because you can be any age, you can be any health status. We've had people well into their 90s who have been tissue donors. It's a selfless act. It does not cost your family a thing after you're gone. And if you want to have a traditional funeral, most traditional funeral practices are still possible after a successful donation. We had a story a great listener of the program told us about last year, where a young woman who was an organ and tissue donor died tragically way too young. And she ended up saving countless numbers of lives. You can save up to 8 lives through organ donation, like heart and lungs, kidneys, liver, etc. And this young woman's selfless act saved other people's lives and impacted others with tissue donation. So please consider it next time you renew that driving, hunting, or fishing license. Or find out more by visiting goodguysavelives.com. Be a good guy today and find out how you can save up to 8 lives at goodguysavelives.com. Hey, I want to remind you our zone deal going on sale this Friday morning at 9 is for the Woodcliff. It's one of the best views out there. You get a view of the lake. It's great porch side dining. got great specials, burger specials, fish specials, and more. And we're giving you an opportunity to get $50 worth of gift cards to the Woodcliff for only $25. That's half off. And this program on Thursday will give away some of these $50 gift vouchers to the Woodcliff as 1620 the Casino will reopen. We haven't figured out which game we're going to play yet. But
Nick, what are you going to do?
I can't make that joke. I was going to make a really funny joke, but I can't make that.
Wow. Okay. That was good.
It's too dark. It was too dark. It was too dark of a joke.
Okay.
I can't help you with the craps. So I don't know if we can play the craps again.
That's true. That's true.
But what else do we have? We had the blackjack.
We had blackjack.
21 on the radio.
Well, it wasn't as fun the second time.
We could play Go Fish.
We could do Go Fish on the radio.
Go Fish on the radio.
We could bring back War on the radio.
We could play Skip Bow.
Skip Bow.
Base 10.
You never played Skip Bow. You never played Skip Bow, John?
Well, I don't remember it. Maybe
I don't remember the bit, but I just
neither do I.
remember. I remember how the cards looked. By the
well,
way,
it's either that or the "Whoa, that's racist" game. You have to
bring
make
it back. By the way, I did make this. I whipped up a little graphic for Steve Sipple.
Nice.
You go to Chili's if you can't get into Applebee's.
That's incredible.
Which is maybe my favorite quote of his ever.
Now listen. I'm not saying I frequent either of these places. In fact, I can't tell you the last time I was inside an Applebee's.
Last time I was in an Applebee's was the summer of 2018. Don't ask me why I remember that. I don't remember the last time I went to Chili's. High school, maybe?
Applebee's has its merits, right?
Does it?
Sometimes you can get okay food for cheap, right?
Okay.
And then sometimes they'll do like dollar margaritas.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
You can get hammered for a few bucks.
Chili's is just worse Applebee's somehow.
Wow, interesting. One of my friends, Aaron, is texting me stories about Chili's and how it's made a comeback.
Oh.
It has. I mean, like I said, they got that $10.99 burger special where you get the burger, fries, and you get their bottomless chips and salsa, which, like, in this day and age, you can't get a quarter pounder meal for $10.99. And I've heard that it's really good. I've not tried it, but the honey barbecue chicken strips are awesome. Chili's far better than Applebee's, in my opinion.
I haven't been to either in a long time.
So Warren Sharp of Sharp Football Analysis has combed through the National Football League schedule and has presented us with this year's net rest edges. Now, this is looking at every team's schedule. I'm going to inflate this. I'm going to take us off the screen because there's a lot of stuff on here.
Oh, yeah.
But this is every team and every opponent and how much rest that opponent has versus you. So, for example, let's say your team is playing on a Monday night.
Yes.
But your opponent the following week played on Sunday.
That's a -1.
That's -1 for you, +1 for them. Then there are teams that, coming off a bye, and you could be as many as 7 days difference in terms of, hey, that team's coming off a bye. We're not coming off a bye. So there's a difference there.
Mm-hmm.
So he looked at all the schedules, and this year's net rest champion is the Detroit Lions, +13. Only one time this year will they face a team who has 1 day more rest than they will. Once. Everybody else, well, I say Jacksonville's on there too, but everybody else has at least 2 or more games where the opponent they're playing will have more rest than they will. Detroit, conversely, has 5 different opponents that they will have a day extra rest against, and 3 different opponents where they will have 3 days rest. So it all ends up, you take the 14 plus on one side, -1 on the other. The net rest is +13.
Yeah.
So Detroit's at +13.
So now, are we going to talk about some of these negative ones, or did you still want to?
Yeah, we can talk about negative ones, but I just wanted to mention real quick the top 6.
Yeah.
Detroit +13, Miami +11, the Rams +10, Seahawks +8, 49ers +8, Arizona +7. Interesting, You have all 4 NFC West teams right next to each
whack
other.
ass division. I can't wait for your excuses about their seeds next time, John. In all seriousness, as we get into the negative, the thing that jumped out to me when I went through his research is that for the most part, the advantages come and even the disadvantages come in small increments, right? Like you mentioned the Lions. +3, +3, +3. That means they got 3 of the quote-unquote mini buys where they play on a Thursday. Their opponent the following week is playing on a Sunday, so they pick up that extra days. But also some +1s, right? Where they play on a Sunday, their opponent plays on a Monday. They play on a Sunday, their opponent plays on a Monday. And you see that over the course of the other teams, right? Miami, they have one week where it's a +7 where they play after a bye week against their opponent. But it's not like they're not stacking +7s. But the Saints, who somehow actually don't have the least amount of rest, they have 3 games. 3 games in 2025 where they will play a team that is coming off of a bye week. That is incredible that is happening in the NFL. The worst team, which is the Raiders, theirs are built off of, again, multiple -2, -3, -4s. They only have 1 week where they play a team that is coming off of a bye. But the Saints, I mean, that is a ridiculous number. And they also, John, have a team that is, they're playing a team that is coming off of the quote-unquote the mini bye where they'll be playing on that Thursday. That is brutal for them. Absolutely brutal. And the only reason that the Saints aren't the worst or the last place team is because they are in the +10 category on the other side where they have a game versus a team that is not coming off of a bye, and then a couple of they play on Sunday and their opponent plays on the Monday.
And that's why I joked earlier in the Grum Down, Saints fans might protest and boycott the NFL because I mean that's 3 games. No other team has more than 1 game where you have a -7. The Bills do have a -6 and a -7, but that's also offset by a +8 on the other side.
Yeah.
The Saints are the only team that has 3 games that they're playing this year where they're playing a team off a bye.
Yep.
And no other team's got more than 2. The Raiders, like you mentioned, the reason why their net rest is the worst is because they're only playing 1 game all year in which they will have an advantage of a single day of extra rest than their opponent.
And that's the fewest, by the way. That is the fewest days of any team. The next closest is that Jacksonville or is that Jacksonville? They have 1 game in the negative, 2 games in the positive, but that's it. So they actually have the fewest games affected overall, the Jaguars do. Only 3 across their entire schedule, where that tells me they're playing a lot of normal games, a lot of Sunday games, and they're playing a lot of their games against teams that also played the previous week on Sunday.
Now, despite the fact that these sound obscene, it's actually better than it was last year. Last year, the team with the best rest or the worst net rest was the 49ers, -21 days.
Crazy. And that was a team, John, that had a lot of injuries. Like if you're wondering, okay, so what does this mean? A lot of injuries. That team had a lot of injuries last year. So be on the lookout for that with the Raiders, perhaps.
So the Raiders are at -19, so it's a little bit better.
Tiny bit better.
The Delta, which is the extremes, the difference between the best team and the worst, last year was 37 days.
Good Lord.
The Ravens were at +16, while the 49ers were at -21. This year, the Delta is down to 32 days because it's the Raiders -19 and the Lions +13. So it's a little bit better than before. But it's still among the largest. And Warren Sharp's data goes back to 2000. So he's been doing this since the turn of the century. Last year, there were 66 games played where one team had at least a 3-day rest advantage, which was the most in NFL history. This year, the number is down to 61. So they did pair it, but by only 5. So I wonder if, because he's been the one guy that's been out there trumpeting this stuff. No one else has really talked about this. But I wonder if some of the attention that his analysis has drawn in recent years, is finally getting the NFL to react in some way. Now, remember, the NFL is making schedules for one thing and one thing only.
TV.
And that's to maximize TV viewers.
He had some quotes at the beginning of his story this week where he talks about that's what it is. Like, there are games on the schedule that are more important than other games, which, like, we all know. Of course there are, right? Chiefs-Bills, always going to be an important game as long as you have Josh Allen versus Patrick Mahomes, just like Brady Manning was for many, many years. Oh, Patrick Mahomes is playing at Dallas. All right, that's going to be one of those games. Oh, you have a Super Bowl rematch. Oh, you have Lions-Eagles. Like, all of those types of games are going to matter. Meanwhile, I don't know if the Jags are playing the Browns this year, but if they are, that game is not among the more important games.
By the way, very interesting because the teams that are locked in to playing on both Thanksgiving and on Christmas, the Lions, the Cowboys, and the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
The NFL has done a decent job of keeping that from getting out of hand. Now, Detroit does lead the entire league at plus 13, but Dallas is at a plus 4. And Kansas City's at a plus 2. So even though these teams have the wonkiest schedules because they're guaranteed to play on at least 2 Thursdays this year, both on holidays, they have managed to balance that to some degree. But as long as the NFL is going to maximize viewers instead of schedule fairness, you're always going to get some pretty wide gaps. But maybe they've started to work at least a little bit towards trying to narrow some of those gaps. I would like to look back. Do we have last year's chart? I don't know if we do.
In the system? You'd probably have it somewhere.
I might.
I mean, one of the things, too, to go back to maybe Warren Sharp putting a little pressure on the NFL, he does work for teams. He is a data guy for multiple franchises in the NFL. And so he's, he is a voice. I don't know how respected he is, but he's certainly a voice, and he has a large blowtorch to kind of get his words out there. And so I have to imagine that it has played at least a little bit of a part in this over the last couple of years.
All right, so you might be wondering, okay, did this actually impact teams? We mentioned the 49ers.
49ers, yeah. They were super banged up. Who was the number one team last year in terms of
number
advantage?
One team was Baltimore.
Hey, they had a really good year.
The next teams in line were New England, Minnesota, and Philadelphia at plus 12. Minnesota had a great year.
Classic
Ended
NFL
by the
trying to
Rams
help
in the
out the
playoffs.
Eagles win the Super Bowl.
And the Eagles.
Can I sue the NFL for this?
The team, let's see. Let's take a
Who was
look.
at the bottom?
49ers are at the bottom. Denver was minus 17. They made the playoffs.
They did. Wow. They overcame.
Did the Chargers make the playoffs?
Yeah, remember they lost to the Texans in the
That's
first
right.
round.
They were minus 10.
Okay.
Tampa Bay won the division. They were minus 7.
Wow, interesting.
So, and interestingly enough, then this is last year, I think more teams were in the plus than were in the minus.
Whereas this year, it seems like it's pretty much split 50-50, right?
Yeah, and maybe it is. I'm just trying to eyeball it right now. So I was trying to see if maybe there was an edge there. And certainly you might say, the plus 12 probably helped Minnesota, probably helped Philadelphia. The plus 16 certainly helped Baltimore. But at the opposite end of the spectrum, Baltimore.
Sounds like a Lord of the Rings character.
John, did you just invent somebody for Lord of the Rings?
Oh, that's John's OC.
Yeah, his name is Mr. Douche Nozzle, and he's an idiot.
No, I think that's the guy
17.
Nick's been debating with in the YouTube chat for the last half hour.
That's true.
Probably.
Notice how he hasn't said anything back.
Got him.
I got you, John. I'll defend your honor.
Yeah, John, did you know that Nick's been defending your honor in the YouTube chat for the last half hour?
I had no idea.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
That's fine.
Whatever you did, I appreciate
Nick the White Knight Grimm.
Nick the
White Knight for John Bishop.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. There's your net rest advantages and disadvantages, according to Warren Sharp.
Nice.
Coming up next, it's time for content. Stuart Mandel is feeding the list season.
Let's go. More lists.
USC is truly a Big Ten team now. And Stephen A. Smith says that this player is clearly the best player remaining in the NBA playoffs. Next on 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for WhatMakesUs.com, brought to you by the Well-Being Partners. It is the month of May. It is Mental Health Awareness Month, and right now you can go to 1620thezone.com 1620thezone.com, and you can submit a photo on how you focus on your own well-being and how you practice self-care, and share your story online at 1620thezone.com. Mental health conditions are treatable mental health conditions, and one thing to know, whether maybe you need to hear this for yourself or you need to hear this for other people in your life, they are not caused by personal failings or weaknesses. Mental health conditions, quite common, especially quite common today, given all the stuff that we're dealing with on a daily basis. There are a variety of ways you can help manage, treat those mental health conditions in your life, or just dealing with the daily stress again, whether it's getting outside, going to therapy, perhaps you need medication, yoga, whatever it is. And I know for me, it's important to be an ally, simple as listening without judgment to someone in your life. Even if you don't have a mental health condition, mental health matters for all of us. Again, go to whatmakesus.com today, brought to you by the Wellbeing Partners.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Content that's unsportsmanlike.
What? You mean you haven't registered for a chance to win $5,000 in the Mo Money sweepstakes? You better go to 1620thezone.com right now. Maybe you could win.
Ed Service
Uncle Ed
told Tom Chattel that college baseball should go back to regional bus ride conferences with teams like Creighton, Nebraska, the Kansas schools, and Iowa in the same league. How realistic is something like this?
Sadly, it's not very realistic, but in the bigger picture, at some point, I sense with some of these Olympic sports or non-revenue sports, you're going to have some conferences, once we get down the line, they're just going to be like, we can't really deal with this anymore because we're spending too much to try to keep these other sports alive. And so you get a lot of specialization, right? Like the Big Ten might focus more on hockey than baseball, or the SEC will focus more on baseball than, name whatever sport. Obviously not hockey. They don't have hockey teams. So it would make a lot of sense for programs in the Midwest who do care about baseball, like Creighton, like Nebraska, if you could somehow get those schools together, let the big boy conferences take the money sports and do what they want with them. But for other schools who like the other non-revenue sports, to get together and try to make something make more sense so that Stanford's not flying all the way across the country to play in the ACC tournament, or Pitt is not flying all the way across the country to play, a Cal in Berkeley, it would make a heck of a lot more sense. Sadly, though, sense and college sports are long gone.
Yeah, that's why we look to the pros like the NFL with their correct seeding model for the future of the league. This would be awesome. Honestly, as we've talked before, and as you just mentioned, if you could just do like football stuff and then everything else stuff, it really would solve a lot of the issues that we have. And not to say that Cal going to Florida State for a Saturday night game isn't weird, because it definitely is. But man, like when you think about the Olympic sports, just the sports that have more events inside of a season than football does, it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And a lot of those sports aren't looking to spend a whole lot of money on travel to begin with. So would it be great? Yes. Will it happen? Dubious. I'm dubious.
It's a good word.
Dubious?
Yeah.
The dubious boys.
The dubious brothers.
Nice.
The disgusting brothers. The Big Ten baseball tournament started today, and Nebraska starts their very, very extremely super hopeful run tonight. Meanwhile, Creighton's run begins tomorrow. What fate will befall the Blue Jays and the very, very, very extremely super hopeful Cornhuskers?
Nebraska loses tonight, rendering Friday meaningless. Creighton, I think they're going to get to the final and then win. The Blue Jays are going to the NCAA tournament. They live to see another day.
Well, I'm hoping that you are right on that front. With Nebraska, I think they win tonight, and thus Friday's game against Oregon will be for the season. Of course, tonight's game is for the season as well. I say they beat Michigan State tonight in front of 2,000 rowdy fans, and then the rest of the week there'll be like 15 people there. And then Nebraska and their fans can fill the ballpark on Friday and make it all worthwhile for one final destiny game against the Ducks.
Quack. 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 List season continues. Yesterday, Stuart Mandel ranked the 25 best college football teams of the 2000s. Today, Bruce Feldman ranked the best players. Was Ndamukong Suh number one?
Was he?
No,
Oh.
idiot.
Oh.
It was Cam Newton.
Oh.
Reggie Bush was number 2 before Big Mr. Sue came in at number 3.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson rounded out the top 5. Are you more triggered than this guy in our YouTube comments?
Where's Tim Tebow?
He was like number 9, I think.
Wow, all the way down at number 9?
Shout out Bruce for putting him lower. That's the correct take.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I guess it was his best players.
Yes, not most accomplished.
Not most talked about players.
Yes, because he would easily be the number
Here's
one.
my question. I got no problem with Cam Newton.
Man, he was good.
He only played 1 year.
But he was that good.
I'm sorry. You cannot rate a guy who played 1 year over Sue and Bush. And, Burrow played really 2 years. So, no, I don't think Cam Newton should be that high. I will agree, put him in the top 5 for that one really good year, but he played 1 year.
I'll make it. I'll defend the selection.
Of course you will, because you're always riding in on your pony defending college football.
I love you. Just defended Sue. He is also college football.
think we're all riding white ponies today,
Yeah,
fellas.
apparently. But the defense that I would have is, man, that roster was fairly average, and they won a national championship. Like, we've never seen anything like that. Certainly not in the modern era. So I'll defend it from that perspective. Sue being up there, I mean, yeah, he obviously deserves it. I thought it was a pretty solid list, to be honest. You know, because how you balance most accomplished versus best is a tricky proposition, and I thought that he did a good job threading that needle.
That is the most impressed I've ever been with you. The way that you were able to articulate and get those words out while your lips were pressed firmly on Bruce Feldman's ass. Incredible, Josh.
There was
great dexterity.
Wow. I like Feldman. I like Feldman.
That sounds like the name of like an early 2000s NBC.
I like Feldman.
sitcom.
Yeah, I like Feldman.
It's like
Premiering after the Friends finale. I
No,
like
it sounds like a
Feldman.
spinoff. Feldman sounds like a character that would have been on like a really popular sitcom, and then they realized, oh, this character's really good, so they spin it off and created a series called I Like Feldman.
See, and in my head, it seems like something they put on after like Lost, just to try to retain viewership.
Yeah. A
Yeah.
totally different type of show.
Yeah. According to reports, USC is having cold feet in regards to signing a long-term extension with Notre Dame to continue their 100-year-old football series. The reason, you ask? USC wants to see what the makeup of the playoff will be. Have the Trojans contracted Big Ten chicken poopitis?
They have, but the other thing that they have contracted is Lincoln Riley-itis. That guy is soft as hell, man.
Lincoln Riley-itis.
He's always trying to get out of important big games. It is
He's
ridiculous.
good at it.
This sucks, John. Like, look,
Yeah.
Nebraska, Tennessee, I'm triggered by it, and I will be triggered by it for a long time. This is a rivalry. This is a historic matchup. This is Notre Dame getting to play USC because of anti-Catholic sentiment a century ago, including from our own state and public university. And so this rivalry came to be, which is awesome. Coast to coast.
Anti-Catholic sentiment is awesome, says
No,
Josh.
not the sentiment, Nick.
Wow, after Chicago Pope, really?
Man, Chicago Pope is going to choke you with a Chicago Italian beef sandwich.
This sucks.
For that take.
This is absolutely brutal.
Hey, maybe this is the opening because it was basically Nebraska's anti-Catholic population that drove Notre Dame away and drove them into the open arms of USC. Maybe we could return the favor. Maybe this will bring back the Nebraska-Notre Dame series.
Oh, bring it back. Oh, but John, that'd be a tough game, and they wouldn't want that.
This is sad, though. I mean,
It really is.
To lose this one, too. I mean, Notre Dame and Michigan already don't play every year anymore. It's only sporadically. And you're telling me this sport's worth saving. Get out of here.
Save it, John. Save it.
Kill it. They're killing themselves.
You ever think sometimes that maybe Bigelow was right?
No, not one time about this.
The conference finals start tonight in both the NBA and NHL. Who do you like to win game one of both the Panthers-Hurricanes matchup as well as the Timberwolves-Thunder?
I'm going with the Panthers. I want to pick the Timberwolves, but I'll say the Thunder win game one.
Wow, and don't you like the Wolves to win the series?
I do like the Wolves to win the series, but I think tonight the Thunder will get one, and then the T-Wolves will smack them around. I do think the games will be closer in this round. I think you got some really fascinating matchups here. I think we're going to get some consistently really good basketball versus the sporadic blowouts that we've seen in the first two rounds.
By the way, the game before Nebraska-Michigan State ended first pitch 6:23 tonight, for those who care.
Sporadic blowout could be a band name.
There you go, Nick. I'm going to disagree with John on the NBA. Give me the T-Wolves. The Thunder coming off that 7-game series. Plus, they just played 2 days ago. So give me the T-Wolves. Let's go with the Hurricanes, because the Hurricane would pick up a Panther and throw it.
That's true.
Hard to argue with that.
Stephen A. Smith says Jalen Brunson is clearly the best player left in the NBA playoffs. Has he been sniffing too much of the Manhattan sewage smell?
I don't think he's clearly. I definitely think that he is the most valuable to his own individual team that is remaining. And like, look, we're really splitting hairs because Ant is super important to Minnesota. Halliburton super important to Indiana. SGA, though their roster is so ridiculous. But I think he is the most important player on any of the rosters. Clearly the best, no, but
Yeah,
Most
if you were to take any one of those four guys off of their respective team, I think it would impact the Knicks more than it would impact the other three.
Definitely.
So from that standpoint, yes, but clearly the best player left, I mean, is an SGA.
He's going to win
likely-
MVP, yeah.
Exactly. He's MVP. So how can you say he's not the best player? Of course, this is Stephen A. Smith just being a honk for the Knicks, and I can't believe all you big city people wanting the Knicks to win.
Go Knicks, baby! Bing bong, Nick.
Bing bong.
Bing bong.
Go Pacers.
The TV ratings are in the PGA Championship final round averaged less than 4.8 million viewers.
Yeah, because Scheffler was dominating the whole time, Nick.
That's down 4% from last year, Josh.
Okay, cool.
Meanwhile, just a couple of weeks ago, the RBC Heritage averaged 4.4 million viewers. I thought the PGA Championship was a major tournament.
But that's fewer viewers than the PGA Championship, Nick. So
Barely.
What's the point
for
here?
some rinky-dink heritage tournament? That's not even a
Rinky-dink.
major.
I mean, John, the
The minor major strikes again.
It was like a blowout. It was like a golf blowout for the longest time. Also, there was a Game 7 on, John.
Yeah, between a couple of small market teams.
Yeah, but people like basketball, John.
I wonder what the cross section is of
NBA
NBA,
and golf fans?
and golf fans.
I turned off the NBA game to watch the golf towards the end of it.
I'm
The
guessing
game is
one
a 30-point game.
One circle is way over there, and one circle is way over there. There's not much crossover.
Not a whole lot of
between
handshake memes.
I think there's
the
less
NBA
crossover
and-
for people who
and
like the
golf.
Masters.
Yeah, because the Masters is a major. People like to tune in for the majors.
The Indy 500 drivers have chosen which milk they prefer in victory lane. 29 of the 33 drivers chose whole milk, while only 4 picked 2%. What milk would you have chosen?
Chocolate. Can you pick chocolate milk?
Yes.
Chocolate. That's my answer.
But like
I don't think anyone's
whole
done chocolate
chocolate,
milk.
2% chocolate, 1% chocolate, skim chocolate.
Either whole or 2%. I don't like drinking milk plain.
No?
Not for me.
What?
I don't like a cold glass of milk, John. That
Oh.
sounds. I'd rather vomit.
But it's
you're
so
weird.
good with like a
You
pot
are
roast
so
or roast
weird.
beef.
But that's not what I'm saying though, Nick. I'm saying just me, like I'm thirsty. I'm gonna get out a cup of milk. With food, sure, but not just by itself.
Milk is delicious.
It's like that line from Superbad. Have you ever seen it by itself? Not for me. That's how I feel about a glass of milk. Not for me. You know that line, Nick.
Actually,
And
don't, I haven't
Josh is
seen
afraid of
Superbad in
them
a long
both.
time.
Wrong, John. John got the reference.
We usually drink 1% around here.
The 1%.
You know what I would do? I mean, if it was to be as so prestigious as to win the Indy 500, I'd be like the very first guy who started this tradition, Maury Rose. You know what milk he drank?
What?
Buttermilk.
Oh,
Yucky. No
I
thanks.
mean, we're talking straight fat from the cow, baby.
Straight fat, homie.
Yeah, he drank buttermilk. That's how the
Yuck.
tradition started.
Not good.
Well, speaking of milk, what will Josh not be drinking his milk with tonight?
Nice. Let's find out.
What's for dinner is next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Tonight, it's takeout night. The wife is going to Taco Inn. Very underrated, not utilized enough.
I don't know if I've had
Taco Inn.
I've
There's
never
none
heard
in
of
Omaha.
Taco Inn. Oh,
There's
okay.
none in Omaha. There's a couple. There's like 3 in Lincoln. It's really good. I mean, when
Is
you
it
get
good
the
or is it
nachos,
good?
It's good. When they
Is it
get
like white people tacos?
they're tacos, Nick. I don't know what to tell you. But when you order the
Doesn't see
nachos, they just give you a big bowl of cheese with meat in it, and then you dip the chips in it. It's great.
Nice. I'm going to do buffalo chicken subs. Or a sub.
Are they
tonight.
white people buffalo chicken subs?
No, my
John,
buffalo
it's
sauce.
buffalo chicken. It's implied.
Yeah. No, Nick, it's spicy. It's spicy.
It's white.
I'm going to do that. And probably a little fries on the side. I'm going to stop by Runza and get some ranch. It's going to be great.
Can you just buy ranch from Runza?
Of course you can, Nick. What kind of freak are you? How do you not
Go
know
to the
about
drive-thru
this?
and like, can I just get a cup of ranch?
I'm going to ask for 2 of them.
Nothing else?
Yep, I've done it many times.
What do they charge you for that?
It's like 20 cents a piece.
It's insane.
It's very normal.
He pays more in tax than he does for the actual product.
Pretty much.
Some kind of pasta. Is what I
Some
was
kind
told.
of pasta. John, we got lots of comments coming in.
Yep.
First of all, on Blue Sky, shout out to Drew.
Blue Sky.
Drew has tweeted at our blue or skeeted at our Blue Sky.
Belief
No,
person.
it's
that
a
you
real
just found
person,
out
John.
out of the clear blue
No.
sky.
Pointed out Feldman was the name of Bizarro Kramer on that episode of Seinfeld. So that's fun. And then we got Milk Takes coming in.
Oh, I love milk
El
takes.
Scorcho says, great take, Josh. Milk sucks and is for...
Oh, good Lord. How many
And it's for babies.
dairy people are there?
Also, Timmy writes, milk is gross. That's a good play on words there,
I get
Timmy.
it. It's like Tony the Tiger.
They're
milk is
great.
good, and I think you're a baby if you don't like it. It's like when you're an adult and you refuse to eat vegetables. What are you doing?
Good
Eat
point.
broccoli.
I love vegetables.
Very good point.
We had, what's the one that makes your pee smell?
Asparagus.
I had that, and I forgot, as always. I forgot, woke up, went to the bathroom. I was like, oh, I had asparagus last night.
Yeah, it always sneaks up on you.
Oh, it does. But it was tasty.
What is tomorrow, Wednesday?
John, we got Mike Schaefer back from vacation.
Yeah.
We got NBA with John Metler of Covers.
Yeah.
We have dumb debates.
Oh,
Yeah.
hell yeah.
And I don't know, maybe some other stuff.
And we'll have live updates of Creighton baseball
Oh, Nick!
with Connor.
Nick, it's time to cook, baby.
Okay.
Bye!
Bye.
See you tomorrow.